the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, in Disney.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome in to another rockin' awesome Saturday night up here in Boston. And we're so glad we have so many joining in tonight, and we have a lot of stories we're going to be sharing with you. It's unbelievable what's going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. Well, there you have it. Hello, everyone. My name's Rick Farron, and welcome in once again to another Saturday night. Hey, over 17 years, I tell you, 17 years, we have never missed a Saturday night. We are here because you are here, and we really appreciate your presence. Really, you folks are doing such a great job in getting so many people out of the Watchtower. Well, I'm getting emails all the time, and I got a good email last week, just a few days ago, from a 74-year-old woman in the UK. And she said she listens in every week. And she wrote me and said, Rick, I never speak up, but I'm listening. And I want you to know that all of those folks that speak up on your program, they got me out of the Watchtower. So see that? So that's what works. So that's exactly how it's all working. You guys speak up and more people come in. So I find that very, very fascinating. So don't lose your luster. You just keep calling in and being with us. I would appreciate that, because I'll tell you what, it makes all the difference in the world, as we say. And also another thing I want to tell you, I'm going to give you good news. I gave it to you last Saturday night. You're going to be getting calls. I can see it coming from a lot of your Jehovah's Witness relatives and friends. They have had enough. They have been seeing things that are just blowing a gasket. All the pedophile cases down in Pennsylvania, all of the twisted new theology in the Watchtower. The witnesses have had enough. And I have to tell you, quite frankly, they're not putting up with it anymore. You're going to be getting calls. It's happened last week. We had two people call in live last week and said just last week, relatives that they knew that they haven't talked to for years called in and said, we now understand the Watchtower is wrong. So, they got to eat crow, but let's not rub it in. Let's open up our arms and give them a big hug when they're coming out of the Watchtower. So it's happening. As a matter of fact, take a look there. And in fact, I see Showell's writing in. It happened with her brother-in-laws 2 weeks ago. They're coming out like crazy. It's been happening in my family too. I got relatives popping out of the organization like crazy. So that's all good. So, don't lose hope. Geez, I'll tell you, isn't that something to be happy about? Isn't that something really to be totally happy about? Friends and relatives that you've known for years that would not speak with you will be coming out and talking with you. All right, let's take a look and see what else we got going on. Another thing I wanted to say is from time to time, I do lock the calls up. So if you're trying to come in and it's locked up, if you're listening on YouTube, sometimes I lock them up. We had some pranksters, I call them drunken Bethelites, but they were in tonight, and we got a better system here for monitoring all of this. So anyways, where are we? Well, let's take a look where we are. Tomorrow's the big game, right? Who are you rooting for? Kansas City, the Eagles. I mean, it's a big game. It's one of the biggest sporting events in the world. And it's happening right here in America. But I got news, not only the Eagles and the Chiefs getting ready for tomorrow's game, but we also got the cart witnessing people getting ready for tomorrow's game. They're going to send out hundreds of Jehovah's Witnesses to the Super Bowl with those super duper carts, and hopefully they'll get some people to stop by and talk with them. Now, this is something the Watchtower, as of late, has really been ramping up. They've been ramping up the cart work. And in fact, even they have been really participating in some of the largest sporting events in the world. Just a couple of years ago with the Pan American Games in Peru, thousands of Jehovah's Witnesses lined up with their carts trying to get a witness in as people are going to the stadium. And during the Pyeongchang 2018 Olympics Winter Games, the brothers and sisters in Korea engaged in a very special campaign to offer the many international visitors Bible publications free of charge. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'll tell you what, in those Olympic Games back in 2018, over 7,100 brothers and sisters from throughout the country actually participated in the campaign. So they have a Jehovah's Witnesses setting up in many locations as we speak at the Super Bowl out there in Arizona. And they're expected. I mean, the Super Bowl seats about, well, 70 something thousand people. But, people mull around. They just want to be near the game and they tailgate and what have you. There'll probably be upwards of 100,000 people. And so the Watchtower says, hey, let's take advantage of that. Oh, yes. Now, I'll tell you what, if you go back to now tomorrow is going to be nice and warm out in Arizona. So the witnesses don't have to worry about standing out in the freezing cold. But back in 2018 at Super Bowl 52, that was up in Minnesota, if you guys remember. And I have to tell you, it was 5 degrees, 5 degrees. And the witnesses were out there, numerous witnesses with their carts. It'll be easier tomorrow. So, but I'm thinking, do you know what the average ticket is for a ticket to the Super Bowl? $10,000. That's the average ticket. Now, if people shelled out 10 grand for a ticket, if you went with your wife, that's 20 grand. So you're throwing this money out on a ticket. I can't imagine that the Jehovah's Witness cart people are going to appeal to many fans who think life is terrible and the world is coming to an end. I don't think these people have the same philosophy. I mean, they for the most part, even to go to the Super Bowl, you have to be kind of like in the wealthy class. Really? Who can dish out 10, 20 grand for a couple of tickets? Go ahead. Yeah.
Rick, thank you for letting me speak up. Could it be that Watchtower, who is always greedy for money, always looking for an avenue to make money, is pushing the cart witnessing work on the Super Bowl because obviously those people who are at the Super Bowl have money. And out of those thousands, if they can grab just 5, maybe even 10, do you know how much they seek to reap? How they might gain, how much they might have to gain just by recruiting a few of those rich people who can afford to shell out $10,000 for a ticket to a game? Thank you, Rick.
Well, you're absolutely right, Anne-Marie. Isn't that something, huh? And, one of the newest words everyone's using lately is cringy. How cringeworthy. You would have to be an uber peemy. You'd have to be really super in to think that witnessing at the Super Bowl is a good idea. They're not going to get anyone to listen to them at the Super Bowl. I mean, let's get real. I mean, I'm just thinking, my imagination runs wild when I think about this. All I can see is, because there's images. In fact, I'm going to put a couple of images up. I want to put a couple of images up of the witnesses in the past showing up at very large sporting events, just to give you an idea how foolish it looks. Well, this is the witnesses at the Olympics in South Korea. Look at them all. Yeah, my goodness. So there's hundreds of them. And you can see it on YouTube, and they're there with their carts. And are they thinking people are going to stop? Hey, listen, could you give me a Bible prophecy on the way into the Olympics? Or can you give me a scripture before we go in and watch the Chiefs and the Eagles play? Absolutely. That's crazy. So here you have, here they are outside too at another sporting event in Peru. And, they're all dressed up and they got the carts. So the Watchtower, they're really utilizing this avenue in the service. So they're going to be out there tomorrow. and they're going to be in full force witnessing to whoever they can at the Super Bowl. Now, this isn't all about recruiting. It's not about recruiting. It's not about, misinforming the public. It's all about advertising. The Jehovah's Witnesses are trying to get a brand new brand. And we know that they rebranded, right? Back in 2015. And now they're trying to get this whole new brand. So they want to get pictures. They want to get pictures of all of their witnesses out with their carts. I mean, I'm just thinking, can you imagine Serena Williams manning the cart at the Super Bowl? Could you imagine that? Geez, that would be so difficult for her to do it. I don't know. Maybe she'll do it. So this is all about advertising, friends. Yeah, they're trying to, they got this public information department that's just spewing out all kinds of propaganda and falsehoods. So they're doing everything they can to pump out lies. Now, I'm going to tell you right now who they. I'm not a. Well, I'm going to say this: the Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm sure that they are going to select certain people to do this cart work. It's not going to be some 75-year-old woman, sister with wrinkles, with a diabetic amputated leg. It's not going to be 60-year-old brother tipping the scales. They're not going to use them. That's bad PR, right? So what they're going to do, they're going to use these young, attractive witnesses. They're going to handpick them. 22-year-old pioneer sister, beautiful girl, and a 22-year-old elder, tall, dark, and handsome. That's who they're going to use. Come on, get real. This is an advertisement. Big companies are spending millions for advertising. So this is, the Watchtower's got to get their advertising in too. So they're going to pick all these attractive, hand-picked Jehovah's Witnesses to man the carts at the Super Bowl, as they always do. These are going to be the elite, the best of the best. Yeah, it's strictly all about business for the Watchtower. They could care less whether they hand out a magazine or not. They just want to get some great pictures, just photo op. So people are going to be watching the Super Bowl. And who do you really think is going to stop and grab a pamphlet from someone dressed up in a suit and a tie? Is that going to happen? No. And, well, this I'll tell you. The cart work, though, has been around for a while. And there are different types of cart work. Did you know that? I'll just kind of talk about that for a couple of minutes here. Because some people, they're still wondering, because they left and they never really got to really do the cart witnessing. But what it is there's two types of cart work. There's two types of cart work. There's the metro cart work, which is the ones you see in the city, and the ones you'll probably be seeing at the Super Bowl. The metro ones are the more prestigious ones. These are the ones that show up in the city, and they use the very attractive witnesses and elite witnesses to man these carts. And you have to be approved. You have to apply and be approved to even use one of these carts at a sporting events like that. You have to be a super PME. You got to be physically in, mentally in, and you got to be a loyal Jehovah's Witness. And then they have the regular carts. You see, these at your local train station, your farmers markets, and your parks. These are like, well, any publisher in good standing can do that. And but you do have to be baptized. Now, some of the congregations, they actually have a Google Calendar, and they share it among the ones that are using the carts on certain days, because each congregation only has a few carts. So the local congregation, and I'm going to tell you again, the Watchtower, they try to get money from all angles. We know that. So the local congregation has to buy the carts from a vendor, which is listed on jw.org, but you have to be able to log into jw.org. Then you can find a site where you can purchase the cart. And I heard the carts run in the $300 range, but I'm not sure on that. It's a couple of years ago. They might have gone up because of inflation. So the carts, the Jehovah's Witness carts, well, they were launched way back in 2011. And I remember Johnny the Bethelite in 2010. He talked about the cart work before it even came out. And it came out in 2011. And well, it's a new experiment they were playing with. And originally they called the cart work, they had a kind of like a secret name for it. It was called the Manhattan, what was it? Manhattan operation or something along those lines. But anyways, but now I'll tell you what, the Witness organization is rolling out 165,000 carts, and they're loaded with organization Bible literature worldwide. So 165,000 carts all around the world. But do you remember back in 2015? Do you remember this classic? Well, let me play it for you because I think you'll find it very, very fascinating. But let me be able to get it up here on YouTube. Just give me a second, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually put it up so you guys can see this. This video, I mean, it got a lot of attention, and people to this day in the organization, they just think it was so fantastic that the organization actually came out with a song. Let's share the song. I want you to hear it. All about my cart. Oh, hold on one second, folks. We're going to end here, and for some reason, we'll go back here. We'll get rid of the ads. Well, lately, I'll tell you, YouTube drives me crazy with the ads. You try to play something, and geez, I'll tell you what they want to do.
The conference will unlock.
Well, we had enough of that, right? We had enough of that. My goodness gracious. But that's a song, and it's kind of Disney-esque, right? And some have said that, there was a marketing person from Walt Disney that worked along with the Witnesses in their rebranding. And boy, that does sound like something in here right from a Disney movie, right? So, anyways, it's a fantastic thing that we can do this program every Saturday night and give you the other side of the story. Of course, the Watchtower gives you one side, but we talk about the stories the Watchtower doesn't want us talking about. So, anyways, let's take a look at this story. Jehovah's Witnesses using the recent news in Turkey to preach about the doomsday clock. Well, they have on their website a doomsday clock, so to speak, and it ties right in with what they're basically always have been saying with the very end of the system. The new system will be here shortly. Armageddon's coming. But the Witnesses take advantage of every single opportunity they can, and every single opportunity they can to try to get people to think that, the end of the world is right here. And no matter what it would be, whether it was COVID, if you remember, they had the same reaction to COVID when it hit 3 years ago. Remember what they said, that, this is it. This is certainly going to be the end of the system. COVID is such a pandemic, and Jehovah God realizes that this is now it. And I mean, they use this to keep people captive and working for the organization. And I have to say that that's what the Jehovah's Witnesses do. They use every little disastrous thread possible to keep people on that hamster wheel. The Jehovah's Witnesses love an old-fashioned disaster or a virus. I mean, they just go nutty over this. And they don't have any empathy. They don't have any pity for the victims of these disasters, but they get excited and they have a sense of pride when they point out how Jesus said these things will be signs of the end. So that's what I wanted to say. There's no sense of pity. They see these poor people in Turkey and Syria. They see them suffering and crushed by stones and 20,000 people dead. And they don't feel any sense of pity or empathy. They just look at it as, well, that's another sign of the end. Earthquakes from one place to another. In fact, even some of the witnesses, when that Chinese balloon flew over America last week, there were some witnesses that actually used that as an event marking the end of the system. Yeah, they use anything. As always, they grasp at straws to justify their stupidity. As always, that's what it is, stupidity. As a matter of fact, the witnesses, I mean, when I was a witness, and you guys, I'm sure, will agree with me, that they seem to delight in people's deaths. And it's very sick and disturbing to me, but it is that way, because it makes them feel they're that much closer when they see this whole world just going down and people dying and being killed and all these tragedies. Jehovah's Witnesses are the most excited group about tragedies. Seriously, because they can tie it right into their so-called biblical prophecy. So, normal Christians, normal Christians who are watching the news this week, and they're going to look at this and say, gee, how can I help? Well, what can I do to help the situation? And normal Christians, normal people, don't even have to be a Christian, but a normal person seeing what went on in Turkey and Syria this week, regardless of their belief, will help people in general after tragedies like this. And, the witnesses will only help those that have the same belief, other Jehovah's Witnesses. And, I can't imagine how bad that must have been to see these people crushed, and, little kids and little babies, even, and old women, old men being crushed in this earthquake. How difficult that must have been. And, I'll tell you, I had a lot of compassion. I turned the news on the other morning and they showed, excuse me one second. Turned the news on the other morning and it showed there was a grandmother and she was crying, and the poor old woman, it really made me stop, and I immediately prayed for this woman. She was holding on to one of her grandchildren, but two of them died. And, Jehovah's Witnesses, even when they say a prayer, do they include all people in their prayer? Now, they'll be at the meeting this week, and, we pray for our brothers and sisters in Turkey and Syria. They're not going to pray for people in the world. So, I don't know if you guys saw the footage or not, but I was wondering, here you have all of these churches and news agencies wanting to send relief and help after they saw how bad things were in Turkey. So I'm just thinking, when I see the end of some of these newscasts, I'm just wondering how much the Watchtower is donating to Turkey and Syria. If anything, they're not doing a thing. Well, they might help their own kind there, their own Jehovah's Witnesses. But there's something that Tony McCallum Morris, there's something that he said that I will never forget. And when the COVID hit 3 years ago, Morris, the governing body member of the Watchtower, he came on, he said, this is what we're waiting for. This is what we're waiting for. He was saying this COVID was really the start of Armageddon. Yeah. Yeah, what? Go ahead. Listen. Yeah. Yeah, so he was saying that he was saying that this was the start of Armageddon. And, he must have been drunk when he said it, because who in their right mind would really say that? Well, he's got to eat crow right now because COVID is being relaxed. The masks are coming off. It's being relaxed. And, where's Morris now? So, the Watchtower has done this so many times. And everything, like I say, even that balloon that flew over America, that was a sign that we are near the end. I mean, how long can the witnesses pull this baloney off when you stop and think about it? They are nothing but a headline chasing cult. That's my name for these guys right now. A headline chasing cult. So what do you think? How much money do you think the Watchtower is going to send over to Turkey and Syria to help all the poor people, if any? What do you think? I mean, we know they're not humanitarian. They love to boast about it, but are they really humanitarian? Absolutely not. If you'd like to speak up, go ahead, hit *6 and come on and say hello to us. My goodness, always good to hear from people. And you're on with us. Hit *6. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Rick. It's Fran.
Oh, hi, Fran. Hi, Fran. Yeah.
Just a quick thing about the cart witnessing. When it first started, it was the Manhattan Project, they called it.
Right.
And there was a video. There was a video on jw.org of the beginnings of it. And it showed, I don't know, there was a panel of maybe 4 or 6 people. And one of them was the elder person that studied with us and went on to become a CO. And he's also the one that warned our family about us. He actually called them. So that cart witnessing has been going on a while, but that's how it all started. Yes, they did start it in Manhattan just to test it out and see how it would do.
Yeah, that's in fact absolutely right. This fellow that used to call in from Bethel, he mentioned that a year before they even came out with it and talked about this Manhattan Project. Well, thank you for sharing that with us. But they're really using it now, Fran and Joe. They use it like crazy. Unbelievable. Yep.
Oh, yes, they do.
Yep.
Yep. Thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
Hello, Rick.
Yep.
Hello?
Hello. Go ahead. You're with us.
Yeah, this is Kurt. How are you doing today? Good?
I'm doing excellent today. Thank you, Kurt.
Okay, really quickly here. The governing body member, Hurd, I couldn't think of his name. Samuel Hurd gave a talk recently, I think it was a Gilead graduation, and he emphasized that any day now, the governments could announce peace and security.
Shut up,
and
Kurt.
any day now, they could announce the destruction of Babylon the Great. And what I want to emphasize is these events, as they have determined how they are fulfilled, is if it turns out that way, it's going to be more time. There's going to be more time that it's going to take for these events to occur. But he did emphasize that this could happen any day now. So that goes along with your theme you were talking about earlier. The emphasis on the nearness of Armageddon. Instead of him saying, hey, brothers and sisters, keep on the watch, keep your faith, and so on, he emphasized that it's going to happen or could happen any day now. Anyways, thanks for taking my call, Rick.
Well, you're very welcome. Thank you, Kurt, for calling in. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, you're on JW World News. That's the news the Watchtower doesn't want us talking about, but we're talking about it every Saturday night and every other Sunday. Hey, let's take a look over here. I'm going to put a picture up on the board. Yeah, I'm going to come. I'm going to put a picture up here so you guys can see it, and there it is right there. Now, a lot of people have been wondering, and one of my callers sent this to me. I don't want to say who it was because then, they'll notice that they might know who the person was, and the person doesn't want to be in person. Yes, yeah. So friends, I'm going to lock the call. We're going to lock the call right here for a couple of minutes. So, stay in if you're on listening right now. Just stay in with us. If you leave, you can't come in probably for another 5 or 10 minutes. But let's just talk about this. We talked about it a few weeks ago. The organization bought a large piece of property on Long Island. And many people were wondering, well, why did they buy this? This is an old Geico building. Geico Insurance was in this building. And it was a huge building. And the Watchtower bought it for $27 million. And I see there's a bunch of YouTube videos floating around. And even on some of these chat rooms, people are still wondering, what are they going to do with that Geico property? Some people are feeling going to flip it. And originally, I thought they were going to flip it too. The building is huge. The building is 236. Well, let's see. I'm sorry for. Well, it's 236,000 square feet. Yeah. So, I mean, it's huge. It's on 20 acres and it's in Long Island. It's about, I guess, I think it's a good 100 miles or close to it, up to Warwick. So people are saying, why'd they buy this building? But anyways, one of my callers called us up here and told me that they're making it an assembly hall. They are making it an assembly hall, and Insider told them that. So if you're wondering what they bought that building for, but why does the Watchtower have to be so secret? They're not publicizing it. They're remaining so secret. Why do they do that? Why don't they just come out and say, this is what we're going to do with it? But maybe they have intentions of doing it. But, Geico, for some reason, had to abandon the sale. They were going to get $48 million, but the deal fell through. So Watchtower came in and picked it up for $27 million, so almost half the price. So, of course, we all jumped to conclusions and thought that, well, geez, maybe Watchtower is buying it to flip it. So that doesn't seem to be the case. It now seems like they're going to actually make an assembly hall out of it. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, so I thought you might like to hear that. So they have a lot of property that they're purchasing that you never even hear about. Some of this stuff does make the news, but many properties that they purchase, it never really makes the news. So, but they keep it secret. Many times it's kept secret. So I thought you might find that interesting too. And all of the Kingdom Halls, I mean, we could talk here all night about the Kingdom Halls and even assembly halls that are being sold off. It's really it's a worldwide travesty. Really, it's really creating some issues. And many people are waking up. In the outset of the program, we talked about, many people are waking up now because they're seeing and hearing all about this child abuse that's taking place throughout America and throughout the world. So many witnesses are saying, that's it, I've had enough. But also people, I'll tell you another thing, many witnesses are leaving too because the Watchtower is making them take the COVID shot. If you're a ministerial servant or an elder or a pioneer, they're making you take the COVID shot. So that's making many people leave. And then also what's making many people leave is this real estate flipping. People are getting aggravated with their Kingdom Halls being sold off. And it was just 10 or 15 minutes to go to the Kingdom Hall meeting. And now they're traveling close to an hour to go. So there's so many things that is just ticking the witnesses off. And at the same time, I mean, when you stop and think about it, it's certainly sensible. I mean, would you want to stay in an organization that's trying to pull the wool over your eyes? It's just absolutely nuts what goes on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. Well, anyways, Well, there was a talk given by Gary Bro. Well, he's a Jehovah's Witness official. He's not a governing body member, but he's a spokesperson for the Watchtower. And he gave a talk about a week ago. It was a morning meeting at Bethel talk, and sometimes that's where they try to pull a fast one on people and hope the Bethelites will spread what was being said. But anyways, he gave a talk, and it was regarding the congregations trying to take over the work of the police or judicial courts. I'll read that to you again. The talk it was all congregations trying to take over the work of the police and the judicial courts. But don't take this for what it's really saying here, and I'll explain this to you. And it was really something that needs to be explained. In basically, let me just give you the other title of the program. After he listed that title, he said also it's titled "The Older Men and the Superior Authorities Standing in Their Proper Place." So let me just make this very clear to you. It was 9 days ago, a little over a week ago, this brother, Bro, Gary Bro, you've seen him. And I'm going to play a clip, and you'll hear him and see him too if you're on YouTube. But Gary gave a talk, and I know why he did it. He's trying to get out in front of what happened this week in Pennsylvania. What the organization is trying to do, they know that many, many witnesses are hearing now more than ever about child molestation and the Watchtower covering up. So he's coming out with this talk all about how the governing body and the Jehovah's Witness organization, they certainly don't want to take the position away from the state. The superior authorities, they're saying, are the government. And that hasn't always been the case, has it, friends, huh? The Watchtowers flip-flop on that. That's Romans, the 13th chapter. And the Watchtower has always flip-flopped on that. You know, originally they said that the superior authorities were them. The Jehovah's Witnesses were the superior authorities. Then they changed it to the spiritual authorities was the government. And then they changed it back, and now it's back again. Now this is not the superior authorities, according to Watchtower at this present time, is the superior authorities is the government. It's not the Jehovah's Witnesses. So what Bro is doing in this talk is he's letting the Bethelites know, and many witnesses are going to hear the talk too, that, you know, they cooperate with the law, and the superior authorities will do what's necessary to bring punishment to those who are infiltrated into the Jehovah's Witnesses and committing these heinous acts. So he goes on to say, well, let me play a little bit, and then we can talk about this a little more. But I found it really, really, I tell you, really got under my skin that the Watchtower can come on and lie through their teeth. Let me see if we can't get Gary up here, and because I want you to hear this, because I'll tell you what, it's really such a bad talk. And let me just get it so we can share it. Just give me a second, and so we can share it here on our StreamYard. I got a call coming in here. They call me during the program. I don't know how they expect me to. All right. So anyways, we're going to let that one go. So anyways, let's see if we can't get this shared. Let me just do this and see if we can't get. This is a live show, friends. So, you know, all kinds of things happen. I get phone calls. I get all kinds of things going on during the program. So just hang in here with us while I can get this up for us. So we're going to share the screen, and we're going to get Gary Bro on here. And this is him right here. So let me just. Oh. All right, just friends, just hold on. We're getting spam calls coming in here. I know what's going on here tonight, and that's what they try to do. They try to disrupt the program, but we don't get disrupted. We're gonna just keep moving forward with the program. So you hang in right here with us, and we'll get this up so you guys can see it. Let's see, acting Gary Bro. Let me see where it is here. Just give me a second. All right. All right, just give me a second here. Well, you're gonna hear what he has to say. There's a woman. In fact, her name is Self-Aware NPC. She made the video, and she's an ex Jehovah's Witness, and it's wonderful the work that she does. So I want to acknowledge that I got this from her. So let me just play part of this, and you'll hear her at first, and you'll hear Gary. Hold on. Here we Yeah, then the girl comes on again, but they did the video. But I just wanted to just make a point here. So what they're trying to do here is tell the witnesses and the Bethelites. Well, what they're trying to say here is that, you know, the government is the superior authorities, and we cooperate with the superior authorities. We do exactly as they did in the first century. We cooperate. No, they don't cooperate with with the government. No, they hide it as much as they possibly can. But this is a propaganda piece by the Watchtower. But how can these guys come on and lie like that? Now I'm going to go right down to the very end because I want to be able to spend a little. I want to be able to spend a little bit of time on some of the things he said. And it just drives you absolutely nuts that they get away with this. But anyways, at the end, I'll just tell you what he said, paraphrase it because we don't have the time. But anyways, at the end of the video, he went on to say that, you know, we do our best, and you know, we want to protect Jehovah's name, but Jehovah wants us to report, you know, incidents to the proper authorities. So they're pandering, they're sucking up to now that they're in deep doo doo. And isn't it something? Isn't it something that he comes out with this talk, you know, a week before all of a sudden we hear about these allegations in Pennsylvania? I mean, you know, isn't that kind of coincidental, you could call it? So, you know, it's very misleading. And he says the Christian congregation has never been a substitute for secular authorities. Now, wait a minute. Right in their flock book, doesn't it say that, you know, if there's an act of child molestation, to call the headquarters first, and then we'll tell you what to do? But it's contrary to what the flock book says. He's saying the Christian congregation has never been a substitute for the secular authorities. Well, that's crazy. And he says that the congregations do not shield individuals from secular arrangements. That is a bunch of lies. Of course, they try to shield these people, they cover them up. But yet, he comes out a week before the Pennsylvania child abuse cases come out and gives this information a bald-faced lie. These liars know that the Pennsylvania grand jury is bringing much news and attention, and they're trying to poison the well that all of this information is now coming out on them. And we're going to talk a little bit about the acting attorney general too. Now this is all what's happened this week. This is the biggest story this week in the Watchtower. And what it has to do with this week is what happened in Pennsylvania. And that is just totally amazing that the attorney general, her name is Attorney General Henry. That's her last name. And she announced this week that charges have been brought forth on 5 Jehovah's Witness men for sexual abuse of children across Pennsylvania. Let me see if we can't get that clip up, because I want you just to hear. Well, let's play this clip right here. I want you to see this because I think you'll find this really of interest. It's got to be all over Pennsylvania, friends. I have to tell you, if you're living in Pennsylvania, even not in Pennsylvania, this is making national news as well. But there is so many stories about child molestation. It's unbelievable. So let's put this one up and see if this is the one. Yeah, let's play this one right here. I'm going to share it with you. Listen to this is a news report from a local news station. It was in Harrisburg. But, I've got relatives in Pennsylvania, a bunch of witness relatives. There's a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses in Pennsylvania. And I hope they're all listening in to the news they're seeing coming over their television sets. So let's share this right now. Let's play it. And here it goes. Hold on one second. YouTube does this to me lately. It's very, very annoying. If I could just go back here. Let me just go back here and get it. It's so annoying to me that what YouTube does, you have to.
There's no sound on YouTube.
Well, there you go. So there you have it. It's all over Pennsylvania this week. If you lived in Pennsylvania, you would have had to seen that. No question about it. It's all over the national news too. What a gigantic problem this is going to cause for the Jehovah's Witnesses. That this is no longer, people covering stuff up uh, like they were for years. This is now in the open, and that's why we played you that portion from Gary Bro. He's trying to, come ahead of that story to kind of buffer it a little bit. So it's just absolutely nuts what's going on. So Harrisburg is the capital of Pennsylvania, and that's where the Attorney General, Michelle Henry, resides. Now, five individuals just this week. But remember, just a little while ago, back in October, that there was also four men who were accused pedophiles in the organization. So here we have, in the last 6 months, we have eight. We got, let's see, five. Well, we got more than that. We got 5 and 4. We got 9. We got 9 Jehovah's Witness men in Pennsylvania that are accused of child molestation. How can you really not think about this if you're one of Jehovah's Witnesses? How can you possibly sweep it under the rug? Well, let's take a look. Let me take a look here just to give you a little idea who these men were. We had Mark Brown. I'm going to name the names here because, maybe some of you guys listening might know some of these witness elders. Mark Brown of Allegheny County, Raymond Schultz of Beaver County, Abimiel Baltini Matos of Lancaster County, and Kevin Izosevich of Butler County, and Norman Aviles, also of Lancaster County. Now, this here, all of these men were sexually assaulting and exploiting children. In each case, all of the defendants and their victims were members of the Jehovah's Witness congregations. How many times do we have to really even talk about this on our news for the last 17 years? It's just unbelievable. Now, these arrests follow charges that were filed against 4 other members, as we said, back in October. So, geez, Pennsylvania, Jehovah's Witnesses are becoming the capital of America. Geez, if you went to any of these congregations and had children, you're probably wondering right now, geez, were my children molested? Geez, it's just unbelievable how much of this is going on in Jehovah's pure organization. Let me go down here. Let me just give you what these guys did. Well, Mark Brown, he allegedly sexually abused 2 young sisters who were between the ages of 10 and 13, and for whom he was a legal guardian. See, they trusted this guy. Oh, take my kids, babysit them, and here he is molesting them. Brown was Brother Brown. Let's go with Brother Brown. He has been charged with aggravated indecent assault, endangering the welfare of children, and corruption of minors. Then we get Raymond Schultz, 74 years old. This guy's my age. He's in Beaver County, Pennsylvania. He's alleged of having sexually abused his granddaughters. Little Jehovah's Witness granddaughters, I believe they were witnesses, when they were between the ages of 5 and 10 years old. Schultz was charged with aggravated indecent assault, endangering the welfare of children, corruption of minors. Now, here's the one I want to give you. I want you to zero in. I want you to listen to this. This is absolutely over the top. I had a hard time. I had to read this story a few times to even get it. But we have this other man, Brother Abimiel Valentin Matos. He's 42 years old, of Lancaster County. He is alleged to have sexually assaulted a 15-year-old girl, a Jehovah's Witness girl, who he was supposedly courting. Oh, wait a minute. Something's not at it. A 42-year-old Jehovah's Witness man, Abimiel Matos, sexually assaulting a 15-year-old girl he was supposedly courting, and he was eventually hoping to marry her, and he was twice her age. So Matos Abimael, brother Abimael, well, he's been charged with indecent assault, indecent exposure, endangering the welfare of children, and corruption of minors. Well, wait a minute. I'm just going to ask a question here. How do the elders go along with this? Now, here we have Abimael, Matos, 42 years old, dating a 15-year-old girl and getting, marriage in mind. I mean, don't you think the elders would have stepped up here and said, wait a minute, this is just absolutely nuts. What is going on in Jehovah's Pure organization? It doesn't make any sense. All right. So anyways, another one. Kevin Izanovich, 51 of Butler County, is allegedly to having sexual relations with his niece, who is 9 years old. Ivanovich has been charged with rape, aggravated indecent assault. I'm reading this because it's just unbelievable what's going on in this crazy organization. And then we have another one, Norman Aviles. Brother Norman Aviles, 44 years old, of Lancaster County, molested 3 young children between the ages of 5 and 10. When we talk about witnesses being molested, how many times will you stop and think about it? How many times is it that the Watchtower organization, speaking of pedophiles, has more than these pedophiles? In other words, they rape more than one child. So we're talking many children have really been hurt, and it's very horrific by the Watchtower Society. I mean, I go over this every week. I can't. There's even more child molestation stories I'd read you tonight, but I'm not going to overload your donkey. It's happening so much. It's happening in the UK. It's happening in Australia. It's happening widespread in America, New Zealand, all over the world. It's happening. And, up till now, the authorities kind of would turn a deaf ear. They really weren't moving in. But I'll tell you what, the authorities that is now moving in on the witnesses. So I think it's wonderful. This Attorney General, well, her name is Michelle Henrys of Pennsylvania. She's good. She's tough. And she says she's not going to put up with it. And, back in October, when we talked about Jehovah's Witness pedophile in the news in Pennsylvania, once again, when they had those 4 pedophiles we talked about, and they were charged, some of them are right now serving prison time. But, she said when they had that conference with, at the time, he was the Attorney General. His name was Shapiro, but he now is the governor of Pennsylvania. But she was saying when Shapiro held that conference and afterwards they had people call in that may have been experiencing harm by the Jehovah's Witnesses. And these 5 men here came up by people calling in. These new 5 people who were Jehovah's Witnesses accused of child molestation came about by people calling in to the hotline at the Attorney General's office. So the witnesses are not going to be getting away with this anymore. And I have to tell you, really, the governing body, they're making no apologies for all of this. They're just turning their heads and not looking at it. But now they're starting to kind of address it in a devious, fraudulent way, like that Gary Bro character. Well, the superior authorities, they're the ones that really have jurisdiction. Well, no, you guys stopped many congregations from going to the superior authorities. So that's why, friends, many are leaving the Jehovah's Witnesses. And the governing body is actually making the situation worse by not acknowledging this. Think of the millions and millions of dollars the Watchtower organization could have saved if back in 2002, when the Dateline with Barbara Anderson exposing the witnesses back in 2002, was that 21 years ago? 21 years ago, if they just would have said, look, we're going to do something about this, look at the millions they could have saved. But nope, they didn't want to do it. They just started to cover it up. And that's what's been going on here for years. What do you guys think? Hit *6. Come on in. I mean, can you believe the stories we're hearing on child molestation?
Rick?
Yes, go ahead. You're on with us. You're on with us. Yes.
This is Chewy.
Yes, go ahead, Joey.
Can you imagine going to the Kingdom Hall tomorrow and then going out for a little afternoon service activity and then watching the Super Bowl? Going out door to door tomorrow.
Yeah.
With all this hitting the news. I mean, good night. And it's all, you are so stinking right. It is all the governing body's fault. And when this starts, I'm going to tell my wife, I said, the pain that you're going through out in service, the shame that you're going through is because of those dudes. They're the ones that are causing the pain. Not the newscast. Not the newscast.
Well, Chewy.
The governing body that's the one that's causing the pain.
Chewy, you're right. In fact, how would you like to be a witness and lives in Pennsylvania going out tomorrow? You would be so embarrassed. Jeez.
Yeah, you better believe it.
And
are you going to put up a defense for something like that?
Oh, they're gonna get a mouthful. I mean, if they go out with a cart or they go, door to door, they're gonna get a mouthful from people. I mean, I'd be so embarrassed. I wouldn't go out down there for 6 months. Jeez. Thank you, Chewy. Thank you. All right. Looks like go ahead, Dick.
Just a quick thought. Hey, Rick, when I was when I was first coming into the organization, 1970, I was told that the congregation is squeaky clean. If anybody was doing something immoral, the Holy Spirit would be taken from the congregation, and that the elders would realize it, and they would do some kind of an investigation, and they would find who that evildoer was, and they would disfellowship him. Well, it doesn't seem like the elders are finding these pedophiles, but the cops sure are, and they're certainly making a lot of noise about it. Thanks, Rick.
There you go. Thank you, Dick. Okay, we got Jeff coming on next. Go ahead, Jeff, out of Iowa.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, they've been covering this up for years because people fear being disfellowshipped and reprimanded and everything else by the elders. So I think a lot of people, that's one reason it's been kept hush hush, and they consider it a sin, not a breaking of the law. But I want to say, I think this is just the tip of the iceberg, and I think this is going to really expand, and there are going to be more arrests, and it's going to be outside of Pennsylvania, which there is, and I think we're going to be amazed at how many are going to get arrested on these charges. Anyway, thank you.
Well, thank you, Jeff. Thank you very much for calling in. We really appreciate it. And, I really, there's so many things that is going, you've heard the saying, right? The needle that broke the camel's back, right? I mean, it's the same thing with, is that a saying? Is the needle that broke the camel's back? Well, whatever it was. But anyways, a small thing. The what?
The straw.
Oh, the straw, not the right. I was thinking the needle in the haystack. It's the straw. It's the straw. The straw. I'm doing a million things here tonight, keeping intruders out and trying to put clips up. But the straw, thank you, Dick, that broke the camel's back. And this is more than a straw. This is more than a straw. This is big. This is just one thing the witnesses are hiding. Jeez, there's so many things they're faced with right now. One of their changing doctrine, or the idea of you got to get a COVID shot if you're a ministerial servant or an elder. Also, the idea of back going door to door, and it looks like they're going to be getting rid of Zoom shortly. And nobody likes this. There's going to be so many people. You just wait. You are going to have so many people you knew as Jehovah's Witnesses are going to be calling you up and saying, that's it. I should have listened to you a few years ago. So let's hope that can all happen. Well, you're on JW World News. We love doing the news, don't we? Don't you love getting the other side of the story? You know, the witnesses are so eager to give you their side, but we have to give you the other side. It's like, well, it was like that State of the Union address the other night. Did you see that with Biden? And then, of course, Huckabee, Sarah Huckabee, she came on and gave the rebuttal. Well, that's what we kind of do here. We kind of like do the rebuttal. They give the news, they report it, but we come on, we give you the other side. We give you the side that, you know, that you never really hear. You're on with us. Go ahead.
Hello, Rick.
Yes.
Well, I was going to say I'm really enjoying the story, and that guy Gary Bro. We remember him from the first time around. Rick, remember?
Oh, yeah.
The GB used him. The GB used him as a puppet. The guy's nothing but a fool because he's the one that came on and he had said, "Oh well, we will never get rid of the two witness rule." Remember that?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. With regard, yeah, he was the one that said that. So now Watchtower has him being the little puppet with regards to, this incident today. So he looks like an absolute fool. And I tell you, Rick, I would never want to be a witness in Pennsylvania. I mean, we were in Lancaster this summer, checking out all the Amish. They were so cute with their little horse and buggies, But I tell you, I would never want to be going door to door as a witness or out with the carts and anything. I mean, people are going to go ballistic on that. I mean, it's all the front page of the news and everything. So thank you, Rick. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Connie. No, she brought up a good issue. Yeah, go ahead, Dick. Yeah.
It's just another thought. That new Ellis book that came out, Shepherding the Flock, they minimize watching child porn. So they're kind of saying, well, it's really not a big sin. Well, I tell you what, you go to prison being a convicted pedophile, and you'll find out what a big deal it is in prison, because those guys they would take care of a pedophile really, really well. What a sick organization. Thanks, Rick.
Well, yeah, very sick. I like what Connie had to say too about the Amish. In Pennsylvania, they always had, well, they kind of had they were weird, they were awkward, they were a cult. People knew that. But I tell you, when witnesses are beating them out now, the witnesses, boy, I'll tell you what, I can't even imagine. I got relatives down in Pennsylvania, and I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine I would be wearing a mask, not a COVID mask, but I mean a full face mask, walking into the Kingdom Hall. I wouldn't want anyone to see me. I'm serious. I mean, that's how bad it's going to be down there. It's unbelievable. So anyways, you're on here with us, and we love doing this every Saturday night. We like to tell you what's going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. Go ahead. You're on with us.
Hi, it's Joey.
Yes, Joey.
I watched a video. I think her name was, I forget her name. But anyway, she was actually calling in to that 1-800 hotline they got. And she was giving her story a little bit. And of course, she redacted the names and all that stuff. But they were listening to her. Man, those phone calls are coming in. They're going to be inundated with phone calls. I mean, you could tell from the call center when she was calling in that you could tell in the background they had other people going. There's people calling in all over the United States. They're not just calling in from Pennsylvania. They're calling in from other states. That's what it kind of indicated in that press conference, that they were examining other parts, not just Pennsylvania. So this thing could be really, really, really.
Oh, I tell you, this thing is going to the top. I really mean it, Chewy. As a matter of fact, that girl, her name is Ryan, and she's cultastic. And she called them up, and she gave she gave it. I listened to it myself, and she's been here on the 6 screens before, and she's kind of doing pretty well on YouTube. So I think that was nice. She called them, at least get an idea of what's going on with the Pennsylvania Attorney General. And I mean, they're going after the witnesses big time.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
The next clip I put up, which I don't know when that's going to be. I've got it. I'm going to wait till I get some more news press. And I got a clip from Jeffrey Jackson walking out, and I've never seen it before. I've been watching this stuff for 10 years, and I've never seen this clip. This is a good one. It actually had Jeffrey Jackson walking out of the Australian Royal Commission and getting in one of his expensive cars to go off, and he wouldn't even talk to the news journalist there. He just turned the other way. I mean, I'm going to put that up on Facebook. Who knows when? I'm just going to say, hey, this is not the first time this has happened. Australia happened 2015, and let them look at that.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. Now you can stay on as long as you don't use.
I was going to say nothing. I was just going to bring out, though, one thing I was going to say.
The conference has been unlocked.
This, Rick, this new rules of wokeism now, like you're not supposed to call him child molester or pedophile. You're supposed to call him a minor attracted person. I've heard that. I don't know. I'm sure you've heard that. But my point is the way it's going. I may have mentioned this before. I don't know if most people go along with this, but this new wokeism, I think they want to kind of undermine this child molestation, trying to make it sound like it's okay, like they have a problem, it's not their fault. So I think we're heading down that road with what's going on in the world today.
Right.
Okay. Hey, Dick, would you just come on for a couple of seconds here while I do a little technical issue here that's going on? Just come on, Dick, for about 2 or 3 minutes. Yep.
I'd be happy to follow up on what Mike was just saying. They call illegal aliens now undocumented workers because they are illegal. They came across the border illegally. They didn't wait in line like everybody else. So the vernacular of the day seems to be to make what is perverse and illegal more palatable to the hearers. So, like Mike was saying, Mike, if you're still there, exactly what do you call them? He's probably not on. But anyway, and my mates are really.
I'm sorry, the term they were using, I've heard, is minor attracted person.
Did you ask me something, Dick? Sorry.
Attracted. Go ahead, brother.
Did you ask something? Did you say my name?
No, I didn't.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, well, we're just talking about the way that people change the vernacular to make things that are very unpalatable to most palatable, like, undocumented workers.
Okay. That's why. Yeah, that's what I refer to people as undocumented, rather than illegal. Uh-huh.
But that's what they are. They are illegal. They snuck across the border. Most of them bring in fentanyl and, having their babies here. So, it's what they are.
I thought you wanted to know what the other word was. I didn't know you wanted to convince me that somebody is illegal. God's creation is illegal.
I think he's woke.
Yeah, well, we know that, but I certainly want to give him a platform. Would you clear that up a little bit? Because I didn't get it all. Brother? Zach? Could you clear it up for us?
What is that?
What you were saying that, I agree with you.
No, I was just saying.
Go ahead.
I was just saying that I refer to people as undocumented rather than referring to them as illegals or illegal aliens. I just call them undocumented.
Well, I suppose that's your prerogative. But they're not citizens of the United States.
They're undocumented, and when you look through the history of the United States, it took an amendment to the Constitution to make a lot of people citizens. So I refer to them as undocumented for this reason. Sometimes using terms like illegal or illegal alien, whereas it may be correct, but it's a way of putting a group of people down. And I think Jesus would probably call them undocumented.
Yourself.
I think Jesus would call them undocumented rather than illegals when I think about him. Okay, that's all. Go ahead, talk amongst yourselves.
Thanks for that. I guess we're just playing with semantics here.
I have a comment.
Please do.
My comment is you were talking about people stealing language to make something that seems more palatable or this or that. Well, I'm pretty tired of people talking about being awake, being evil, whenever being asleep would make you almost unconscious. So I'm pretty tired of people stealing the word woke, which is just like the same as being awake, and making it some political statement. Because you're stealing words to make them other things too. Thank you. That's all I had to say. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Well, there's a lot of things that have changed.
I kind of agree with that point that she made. I was at work and someone used the word woke before I understood what it meant. And I asked them, what do you mean by woke? And they said, I'm not going to say it myself. And they looked up something on their cell phone. And yeah, I agree with that, sister. Okay.
Okay.
All.
In fact, well, this is Rick back here again. Thank you, Dick. Thank you very much. But Zach, I'm not gonna beat it to death. But you know,
Can I ask you something, Rick?
Yeah.
Rick, I got it. You were mentioning the Super Bowl earlier.
Yeah.
And you were saying that they're going to be the witnesses at the carts and stuff.
Right.
I wish I could have gotten in earlier. I understand you had to lock down everything, but you left this open. You left this for me to say. Hey, Rick, what if Serena Williams is one of the witnesses at the cart?
Yeah, we kind of brought that up. We kind of brought that up a little bit.
Okay.
You can just imagine that.
I'm sorry.
But no, in fact, Jack, I'm not going to beat you up on this woke and wokeism and all of this, but there's just something I just want to share what I experienced with all of these people coming across the border. A while back, a few months ago, I had to take Susan up to the emergency room for the hospital. And
I remember you told us about that.
Yeah, and we had, I couldn't believe the amount of people. They're busing a lot of the people coming across the border up here to Massachusetts, up here to Lowell specifically, the next town over. And so I took Susan to the hospital for an emergency. And there were people all over the place. Everywhere you looked, they were sleeping on the floor. The room was packed. They were out of the waiting room. They were all over. There was, I don't know, maybe 100 people in there. And how long do you think it took Susan to get into the hospital? They had to admit her. How long do you think it took?
I don't know. I know
well,
that often when a person goes to the hospital, it takes them a long time. They can sit in that emergency room for a long time.
How about 24 hours?
I believe you.
So now, well, yeah, but now listen, but let me finish my thought. Hold on.
Okay. Yes,
let me finish my thought. So, you know, you can say, fine, it's nice to have all these people coming in and, you know, they're filling up the school systems, they're filling up the hospitals, they're filling up the prison systems, and you think that's all fine.
Probably the Native Americans feel the same way, but let me say this. Whatever the situation was they were getting waited on, I still refer to them as undocumented.
Well, you can refer to them whatever you can refer to. In other words, that it's a matter of semantics. But I mean, my question to you, Zach.
You asked me what's that word, right?
Well, my question to you, my question to you is this: you're an American citizen, and you certainly have been enjoying a good life here in America. Now, would you like to wait? Would you like to wait in an emergency room for 24 hours before you could be admitted?
I would not like to wait for 24
All right.
hours.
So what do you think?
To the way that people in voting lines had to wait for 9 hours and were not allowed to get water.
All right. So just let them keep coming in. I'm not going to call them illegal. I'll call them
I didn't say that, Rick. I didn't say that.
The line because you're white. That's what.
I didn't say that either.
Okay.
I didn't say that either.
Well, you have to, but but the thing is,
remember the first question. Don't go too far with this. Remember the first question is, what is that term? And that's what it came on to answer. I used the term undocumented rather than illegal. It's something, I don't know, maybe it's something I learned as a witness because I was in a foreign language congregation, and they pointed out that the creator of the earth didn't put up the boundaries. So that's why witnesses, to turn this into a witness thing, witnesses are allowed to get baptized if they're not documented. but they can't be in exemplary positions, but they can get baptized. And the explanation given to me was because the creator of the earth didn't put up those kinds of boundaries.
Yeah.
The only reason why I opened up is because someone did, I thought I heard my name, and I just wanted to say undocumented is what I use instead of illegals. That's all.
Well, it's a softer word to use, and it's fine. I mean, I feel bad for the people too, but at the same time, Zach, you're not raising any children. You have no children in school.
You don't know anything about.
Well, I know you don't. I know you don't have children.
You don't know my involvement. You don't know my involvement.
I know more. I know more about you than you think. I know way more about you. Yeah.
You don't know. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
No, you don't. And Rick, why are you coming on against me right now? When I was just answering.
I'm not. I don't say I'm coming on against you. I'm just saying that you're not really.
You are.
Well, if you let me speak.
You said I don't want to beat you up too much.
Yeah, well, I don't.
It's not his fault. You had a hard
Okay.
time.
Well, MSDD. Have you been to the? Have you been? Have?
This MSDD, it's so nice to hear you. I miss you on the suite. We used to have you on the suite. I miss you on the suite. Thank you so much for speaking up.
Yeah,
it's
all
nice
right.
to hear you again.
Well, when it hits home,
immigration problems in this country,
Rick,
they
shut
are
up.
not going to be solved by people calling each other names. The government is going to have to make laws about it.
Nobody's.
You can't just say, let them in, don't let them in. That is not the way to solve it. The way immigration is used now is used as a rock to hit each other.
Yeah, well, I hope MSDD don't have to go to the hospital. I hope you don't have to raise any children.
I have been to the hospital. Last week, my mother got a pacemaker put in. Yes, I've been to a hospital, and I work with Latinos. And you cannot tell by looking at a Latino whether they have come in the proper way or the improper way. You don't know that.
What does that have to do with a lot of it?
All right. Hold. Let's
Society, a pedophile organization.
I work with Latinos.
Yeah.
And some of the.
All right. Well, we're going to get off this. We're going to get off the subject because it's a. It's a hot.
You don't know.
All right.
When you talk to one, you can't tell by looking at somebody whether they've got paper.
No,
It doesn't matter about the way somebody looks.
Exactly.
It has a matter of fact to do. If somebody's coming here illegally, they are an illegal immigrant.
You're still talking about people you can't even identify them. That's what I'm saying to you. You don't know who was at the hospital, who was just a poor person.
Would you like me? Would you like me? MSDD. Donna, just listen to me. Would you like me to send you a picture? Would you like me to? Stop right second.
People who were at the hospital should not be waited on.
All participants are muted, and they can unmute themselves.
Look I don't want to get into it. If MSDD would like to have me send a picture, if she wants me to put it up on Facebook, I will. And she can see what I'm talking about. If she wants me to put that up on Facebook or send her a picture, I know who these people were. I'm not Mickey the Dunce. I didn't fall off a turnip truck last night. And you guys, listen, Zachary, you have no little children, either does MSDD. But I'll tell you right now, you have little children in school, think about it. So, I mean, I'm just giving you my feelings. I'm not trying to be political. I'm just being an American citizen, being realistic. I'm not happy. I am not happy with what's going on in this country right now.
Being an American citizen does not require that they have the attitude that you're trying to express now.
Well, why you're expressing your attitude? Why can't I express mine?
No, you just said you're trying to be an American citizen. I simply said being an American citizen does not require that you have that kind of attitude that you.
Well, I'm glad to be an American citizen. I'm glad I was born here, and I also tip my hat to people that come into this country and get the citizenship the way they're supposed to do it. Like a lot of my customers, they pay a lot of money. They just don't slip in over the border. I applaud people that do it the right way. Whether you want to call it illegal or not, Zach, is up to you. But you're not.
I use the term undocumented, Rick. Don't try to make it like it's undocumented. It's what I.
All right. We'll call it undocumented.
accept it.
All right, let's listen to what Deborah has to say. Go ahead, Deborah.
Hi, Rick. It's nice to talk to you. Look, no matter which way anybody wants to spin it, the fact remains is that they are illegal immigrants. They're crossing over our border without any kind of due process. They're illegal. They're doing something that's illegal. I don't care which way anybody wants to spin it. They're illegal. Just like you said, they're illegal. They're not undocumented. When they get into this country and then they apply for citizenship, that's when they're undocumented. Until then, they're illegal. They crossed over our borders wrongfully.
Yeah, well, no, I know it can be a big debate, but let's see what someone else has to say. Go ahead, you're on with us.
She said they're not undocumented. They are undocumented. It is an
all right, let's
term.
Zach, we're playing with words. We're playing with words. That's all we're.
So let me use the word that I use. Don't try to change it.
All right, well, let's call them undocumented. It doesn't change the crime. It doesn't change anything by changing a word.
That's what Dick Borghi asked me. Borghi asked me. What's the other word?
Yeah. All right. Well, let's hear. Well, let's Mike. Hold on I want to hear what.
I just wanted to say real quick. Maybe I mentioned this before. I don't know if everybody heard me, but I think what happened to you at the hospital is it's equity. See, they have to put minorities ahead of you because you're older white people. You got to go to the back of the line. So Zachary, him and his kind, they get to go to the front, and we got to suffer. That's what happened.
Well,
that's a fact.
Well, it's okay.
Rick, okay. Did you hear him just now?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Wait a minute, Rick. Let that sink in. His statement. Let it sink.
I'm not happy with Mike. What Mike said. I'm not happy. He does that. I'm not happy. But I'm not happy with what you guys are saying either. I'm really not. In fact, it's very disappointing.
Let me just say this. I took my mother to the hospital last week and had the most wonderful, wonderful experience that could ever be.
I mean, did you go to the emergency room? MSDD? Did she go to the emergency room, or she just got admitted?
Yes.
So she went to the emergency room. How long did you have to wait to get in?
They took us straight back, and we're just nothing but white.
Well, you must live in a small town. I'll tell you that right now. You must.
Now, Memphis, Tennessee, I believe Memphis, Tennessee. Y'all heard of that, haven't y'all heard of it?
I never heard of it. Never heard of it.
Yeah.
Get out of here, Rick. Get out of here, Rick.
And my mother got treated like an angel from the time we met. I'm sorry. Now, look, Rick, I have not had that experience every time. I have not. I took my son to the hospital one time, and his nuts were swelled up the size of my fist, and they did not take him back there for about 4 hours. He walked in, but then had to be carried back.
Yeah.
So, yeah, sometimes you got a bad experience down at the hospital.
Right. Well, I'm not picking on.
It has nothing to do with what color you are usually.
And you blame it on the other, undocumented.
I'm not blaming it on them.
Blaming it on them. Yeah, you did.
Well, no, I'm not blaming.
I'm so sorry. I made fun, but Rick, I am sorry you had a hard time at the hospital, because it's nothing worse than having your family sick and not getting proper care when you need it. I do appreciate that, and I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry
for making fun this way. I didn't mean to make fun.
I know you didn't. No, we love you, MSD, and then we love Zach.
Here, let me just ask one thing, and I would like everybody there to think about it. Let's all try to be kind to one another. Let's just, for 1 hour, everybody try to be kind to one another. And if that makes you into something else, then I'm sorry. But just for 1 hour, everybody try to be kind. Let's give it a shot.
That's right. And Rick, you be kind to me and stop saying things against me.
Well, no, I
had to do that, Rick.
Okay, no, it's okay. Listen, we all love each other, but we can look. It's like a big family. Once in a while, subjects come up. I'm not beating up on people, but it's just a matter sometimes of semantics. But I'm just telling you what I see. we're one big family here. But
Rick, I disagree. It's not semantics. There's a way to use language to put people down so that they are less than human, and that allows people to beat up on them because you use not you, but words can be used to put people down lower. And that's one of the reasons why I use undocumented rather than.
All right. Well, I'll go with
remember that.
I'll go with undocumented, but it doesn't change anything.
Words are power. You have no idea.
Oh yeah.
Think of the word son. That son has something to do with the word sound. Think about French. A sonnet, a poem, when they say, oh, tiens un son, in French they say, oh, somebody rang the bell. Son, S-O-N. And we're all called a person. Something special about sound and words. Never forget that. Okay, I'm going to be quiet.
Well, listen, we got your friend. We got Shirley is on the line, and we have to give her the time because she's our sister too. Shirley, what are you thinking?
I was just thinking as far as the immigrant thing here in New York, like we really got hit. And I heard on the news this week that our mayor is sending them up to Canada because we've been overwhelmed. Call it whatever word you want, but we have been totally overwhelmed here in New York, and they are sending them up willingly if they want to go. It's not like DeSantis just shipped them up here from Texas, New York. If they want to go to Canada, they can go to Canada. And the thing about it here in New York is when you ride the subway has 10 cars. 10 cars make up the subway. If you have a 30-minute ride, every 3 seconds you see them walking through. They sell candy. That's the thing now. It was even an article in the New York papers here. They get this little candy thing. They sell candy, gum and stuff like that, and they walk through. As soon as one walks through your car, 3 minutes later, there's another one walking through. 3 minutes later, you can take a 30-minute ride. You'll be offered candy 5, 6 different times from the immigrants here in New York.
I'm sorry, but I 100% support DeSantis and what he's doing. Southern states are putting up with illegal immigrants, and he has sent them north, and now New York City is starting to feel what southern states have felt. I'm sorry, but I can't agree with that statement at least.
Well, you have the right to do that.
Yep.
Well,
okay.
I live in Florida, so I know.
Okay.
We put up with it all the time.
Okay.
All right, listen, we got 480 area code. Go ahead, you're on with us, 480.
All right. From what I can remember, I've been out 25 years, but I remember this same sort of argument back around in the early 80s about illegal aliens. And the elders wanted to know, what do we do? I can understand where the elders, they put themselves in a position where they know all kinds of illegal activities from all sorts of people, rapes, murders. I mean, there's criminals in the organization, but they don't ever report anything to the police. It's not just pedophiles.
Well, you're right. You're absolutely right. Well, thank you, caller, for calling in. All right, let's take a look and see what else is going on behind the curtains. But listen, we can all live with each other here. We're one big happy community, and not everybody's gonna, be on the same exact page, but we're doing what we can. We're living, first of all, we're living in very tumultuous times. I don't want to sound like the Watchtower here, but it's very different. I don't know who to believe anymore. I don't know whether to believe big time government. I don't know whether to believe the business world, the religious world. Who do you really believe anymore? And this is the position that most Americans are in, maybe even people in Europe as well. Who do you believe? And, we hear one story, then another story. And I don't know, the whole world is different. But at the same time, I mean, it's also good. I keep telling my wife that it's a crummy time to live, but it's also a good time to live. Yes.
Rick, you just said something, and I'm hearing the witness stuff all over the place. You just said 3 things, didn't you? Big time government, religion,
and business.
And business. Are you taking that from the witness teaching?
No.
Remember the numbers? No. When you said that, it just rang bells with me. I can have memories of this coming up. Remember that beast? I think it's Revelation, the 13th chapter, and it's coming out of the sea. And it had the six across his chest. And I think that the society's explanation, at least in olden times, I don't know what they explained it to be in the 90s or the 2000s, but they said, didn't they say that was Satan's world? And they said it was religion, business, and government or politics.
Yeah, they did say that, but I wasn't even thinking of that. It just kind of popped out of my head.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to.
Okay.
I wanted to tie what you said into the witness.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
You're welcome.
Well, there you have it. There you have it. But it is. I mean, what do you believe today, folks? My goodness, even if you're a Jehovah's Witness, they're not believing this anymore. Come on. You got this little cell phone that's a computer. You can find out everything that's going on in the world. Don't you think witnesses are finding things out? Do you think they're just totally oblivious to all of this? This is why I say there's going to be a big crash here. There's going to be a big crash. There's going to be so many witnesses leaving here, and I'm not looking through rose-colored glasses, but I can see this happening. Yes, you're on with us. Go ahead. 906.
Rick,
yeah.
Rick, I can agree with you when you say the witnesses are finding out things. I just want to point out that recently I've received a letter from a witness, and it just happens that she was in my congregation. She was one of the people I really liked a lot. I didn't know her well, but I liked her a lot. I believe she's an older sister. She's, well, not that old. She's just in her 70s, maybe. And I saw, when I came home and I went into the mailbox area, I saw a letter that had been handwritten, and a person put it out. You know, they kind of like set it on the base for missing mail and stuff. And there's a wastebasket for you to just throw stuff into. And it was that sister. Then I opened up my mailbox and I had a letter. And so went home and I read this letter, and the letter was I have it somewhere, but it was very brief, handwritten. It was difficult to read. And the letter said basically the same thing that the tract said that was enclosed in the letter. And then a couple of weeks later, just this week, there was another letter that had been discarded by another resident. I could see it, and I could see the same handwriting. So apparently she's got my building as her place that she's going to send letters to. Also today, I saw 3 different groups of witnesses out. A couple of them were at their easels. I'm going to call it an easel because it's a thing they open up, and it has like an A-frame when they open it up, and it's got all the literature in it. And then I saw some who were just standing on the corner. They appear to be doing street work. So I've never seen that many in one day for a long time.
Oh, they're ramping everything up, Zach. They're really, in fact, we got. I'm going to read you a letter. I'm going to read you an elder's letter coming up here shortly, and they're ramping everything up. That's why you're seeing it.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Zach. All righty. Well, my goodness gracious. You know, once in a while we get a little sidetracked, but don't worry about it. You know, all of us getting out of the Watchtower. You know, we all have certain feelings. We couldn't express them in the Watchtower. We all had to be on the same page. But you're going to find some diverse opinions here in the 6 screens. You're going to find we're not in total agreement, but we're not beating each other up. We love everyone. We try to create a nice little community here. But anyways, we get 906.
Can I point out another one?
Oh, hold on, Zach. Zach, you got to hold on for 1 second because we got more people want to call in. Yes. We got 906. 906. Did you want to come in and say something? You run with us. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Farron.
Yes, that's Ken. Yes.
Yes, I Just wanted to call quickly and say hello and comment a little bit on the news, but I'm not going to be long here because I ended up in the hospital, and didn't have a chance to listen to very much of the program tonight, but I did listen to some of it. On these news reports, we have to remember that 60% of what's in the papers, maybe over 60%, what's in the papers and on the news and on the radio stations and TV and all that's not accurate. The news is just not accurate. And then right now, we've got a bunch of news networks right now that are just total and absolutely biased, and everything like that. And there's a long story behind everything like that. But what we have to do right now is anytime we say something on any program or when we get on any news, we want to analyze the accuracy the best we can. And if we don't know how to, and a lot of people don't, we've just got to start learning how to do it and all that, because the Six Screens Network has been bringing news about the Watchtower that they've been covering up for many years that people would have never even heard of if it wasn't for the Six Screens. And so we got to remember that there's a lot of bias and there's a lot of, one-sidedness going on when it comes to the news. I don't care what it is. And down the road, I'm going to be giving you some experiences of what I had in the past on relationship with African Americans and so forth. But I think that we couldn't be more better to the witnesses of the African Americans, because I'm not going into it now, but we've brought a lot of stories on here that hardly ever met, that the news media never did. And so we'll go over them sometime, but not at the present time. So I just want to let you know that I feel I'm getting a little bit better and I'm making some progress here, and hopefully we can get down to business with this chronic heart failure that I got, and the swelling in my legs and so forth, which ended me up in the hospital. So I'll probably say good night to you right now and so forth. Thank you for taking my call, and God bless and be with everybody.
Well, God bless you too. And we'll be praying for you, Ken. We hope all works out for you. Thank you for dialing in tonight. Thank you very much. And I enjoyed talking with you today. Thank you, Ken. You have a good night now. Thank you.
Okay. You have a good night as well.
Thank you. Well, that's Ken. He's up there in the Upper Peninsula, but he's in the hospital right now. Congestive heart disease, and his legs are swelling up. So keep Ken in your prayers. Keep Ken in your prayers. He's a good man. Thank you. Well, anyways, we're doing it. We're here tonight. We have got, we've got a lot of people calling in. We are doing things here tonight that sometimes we have to bend the rules a little bit. Sometimes it does get off subject, but that's okay. That's okay. Sometimes we can do that. We allow for that. And, I like to get people's, I like to know the feelings of people. What's happening? I mean, not only in the Jehovah's Witness world, but sometimes, we bring up what's going on in the real world, because we could never do that as a witness. Geez, I can remember talking about political issues in the Kingdom Hall, and there'd always be someone coming up. Don't talk about that in the hall. We don't talk about politics. We don't talk about other things as well. We only talk about the Watchtower. So, anyways, I'm glad that you're on here with us tonight. My name's Rick Ferrin, coming to you from the hub of the universe, the apostate capital of the world, up here in Boston. And we have got a lot of people coming in tonight. So stay with us. Don't go anywhere. And we'll be on with you tonight I'd say till about 11 o'clock. So I think what we'll do is just keep moving on here, and we can discuss things. And we got news we're still going to be covering. We haven't covered yet. And so hang in here with us. I think we're going to have a really good time together in listening to everything that you guys have got to share with us tonight. And I see more and more coming in right now on our telephone line. So that's a good thing. Well, let's take a look and see what else we got going on in the news tonight. We talked about that Pennsylvania case. 5 pedophiles announced this week in the Jehovah's Witness religion. Boy, I'm going to tell you, that was not good news for the Watchtower. I tell you, I just mentioned it earlier that if I was a Jehovah's Witness in Pennsylvania, there'd be no way I'd be going out in service for the next month. I'd be writing letters or calling people, but there's no way I'm going to go out and get the harassment that they're going to get from the householders and people with a cart. They are a sitting duck. If you are a cart witnessing Jehovah's Witness in Pennsylvania, I think you better leave that cart home, really, because you are going to get attacked. There's no doubt about it. So there you go. Yeah, I think it's just, I can't believe there's so many pedophiles, so many sexual perverts in the organization. Go ahead, you're on with us. 304, come on in from West Virginia.
Hello, Rick.
Yes.
Kurt, I'm been listening really closely. I'm a little bit late on making some comments on the problem of undocumented people. I'll make this as possible. I think all of us realize the world has got a lot of problems. America's got a lot of problems. America, of course, is built on people coming in, but it's been a real problem for a long time. I saw a video the other day where America's debt is around $32 trillion. I don't know how America keeps going. There's a lot of people working hard, but I guess they're able just to print money at will. But to get to the point on coming across the border, I don't know for a fact, but their governments are probably the worst governments on earth. And I think they have a tradition for that. And so everybody tries to come to America, from Central and South America up to the States. There's not enough housing, jobs for these people. Some people are criminals, some of them, probably a small percentage. Drugs is connected to Central and South America. It always has been. They've never been able, either willing or able, to stop drugs, the drug trafficking. Now the Chinese are involved in it. So, one last statement, fantasizing. If America's, if their debt wasn't so great, probably what would need to happen is America just take over by force if necessary. Mexico and South America, straighten the governments up, get people working, manufacturing and agriculture, and get rid of the drugs. I don't think until that happens that there's going to be a solution that's workable for this problem. But anyway, thanks for the time, and I appreciate you taking my call. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kurt. Thank you very much. Always appreciate you calling in and checking in with us and seeing what's happening. Well, anyways, we've got more things to discuss here tonight on JW World News. You know what I found very fascinating is Serena Williams. As much as she now is a baptized Jehovah's Witness, she is also involved in the United Nations still. She's an ambassador, a goodwill ambassador for UNICEF. And UNICEF became a permanent part of the United Nations in 1953. But Serena is now a permanent member of UNICEF, which is actually part of the United Nations. Now, let me just bring a picture up here so you can see what I'm talking about. So here she is, a baptized witness.
Your new beer commercial?
No. All right. Let me get in here and talk about Serena here for a second. And anyway, she's part of UNICEF now, and she's a goodwill ambassador. And let me give her a picture. Here she is. Here's a picture of her right here. Look at this. Look at this. Here's a picture of Serena. And you can, well, I think you guys can see it. Let me just make sure you can. Well, what happened here? We seem to have lost everything. Oh, golly. All right, just give me a second here to get back to where I was. If the fellow was just on, go ahead, speak up and talk if you want while I try to get back to where we were. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Rick.
Hi, who's this?
Hi, Rick. It's your neighbor from Burlington.
Yes. Hi, Gail.
How you doing?
Good.
Listen, I wanted to respond to a comment you made earlier. My comment is the majority of the friends, believe it or not, they have no clue that they have no clue that they are told, because they're told not to listen into the media and not to go on any social media. I actually told a few of the friends about the PA abuse that happened back on October 4th, about the four abusers, and a couple actually asked me to send the link. The word is getting out because it is getting a lot of publicity, so I'm hoping that the friends will start to listen to this and wake up. And I just wanted to make that comment, and thank you, Rick.
Well, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much for calling in once again. Dick, I'm going to need you here for a second or so. If you could just come in, talk to the audience once again. We do have issues here with some of the technical issues going on here tonight. If you could come in, Dick. Go ahead, Dick. Thank you.
You're welcome. You know that comment that the sister just made, that some of the, like, she's telling other witnesses to go to a certain link and hear negative stuff about the Jehovah's Witnesses. The elders can disfellowship her for that. They'll call it brazen conduct. Anytime somebody says anything against the Jehovah's Witnesses, even if it's true, particularly if it's true, they can be disfellowshipped. That say that it's creating divisions in the congregation, and that we can disfellowship somebody for that. They can disfellowship, those elders can disfellowship anybody, anytime they start to have a conversation on thing we're talking about disfellowship. I'm sorry. One start. Just so her because
yeah.
Yeah. So I want to. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Slave. And just gonna take and
All right.
He did it. So I'm not sure. Yeah. Don't be afraid of these elders. I mean, me and Rick went to height to speak to the governing body, maybe 7 or 8 years ago. And they were afraid of us. I was certainly afraid of Rick. You know, they all, oh, no, they've all left town. It was a lie, but that's what you expect from the governing body and their security force. I mean, why do you need a security force if you have Jehovah's protection? You know, but they have that security force. I hope some, you know, they have a little tour that they put you on. So me and Rick were taking the tour. You go into these little booths and so forth. And after about the 5th or 6th booth, I said, Rick, I'm going outside because I'm getting sick. Everything here is a distortion and a lie. So I waited outside for Rick. I think he completed the tour, but he's got more intestinal fortitude than I have. But when you start to really get involved in that organization, you can see lie after lie after lie after lie. They're selling off Kingdom Halls, but they're buying the Squid building, 200,000 square feet or something. They'll have the brothers come fix it up, and you watch 5 years. It'll be for sale at 5 times the price they paid for it. I can almost guarantee you that's what they do. They sell off 3 or 4 Kingdom Halls in the northern part of Massachusetts, and then they'll tell the brothers in the southern part of Massachusetts, we got to build some more Kingdom Halls. And, you know, another quick build. And they'll tell the brothers from northern Massachusetts to drive south, go to the Kingdom Halls. They don't care how you know, what gas costs or anything else.
Well, Dick, in fact, what we're going to do, in fact, Dick, thank you very much for coming in here and being with me. We just had some technical issues going on here. We've had a lot of disruptions here tonight, but we're still plowing through with it. But anyways, we were talking about Serena Williams, and she's an active United Nations UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador. And I was going to give you that picture of her. I don't know if we still have it up here or not, but let's see if we got it. Well, she is a Goodwill Ambassador, and I mean, it's recent too. It's not like, you know, it's years ago, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share this with you so you can actually see it here on our website here on our YouTube. So why don't I share that with you so you can actually see it? And I think you'll find that fascinating. Now, here she was. She was actually just baptized a month ago. At the same time now, she's also part of the UN. So how is it that she could be baptized and be part of the UN? That doesn't make sense. Now, I got on the UNICEF website, which I'm showing you guys right now. I think you can see it. I'm sharing it with you on YouTube. And if you scroll down, these are current Goodwill ambassadors. But if you scroll down a little bit here, you'll see what I'm talking about. There she is right there. Serena Williams. She's been an ambassador, basically working with the UN, with UNICEF, which is a wing of the UN. Actually, she's been with them since 2011. Now, how is it that this woman could be baptized? You know, they ask you questions when you were going to be baptized. How could she be baptized as one of Jehovah's Witnesses and be part of this UN? I mean, it's unbelievable. And all the witnesses certainly have been celebrating and revering and admiring Serena. And now we see that it's open. It's clearly open that she has a tie to the wild beast, the United Nations. Isn't this something? I mean, she's a goodwill ambassador. Yeah, yes, go ahead.
This is Zachary again.
Yes.
As a former elder for probably 2 decades, just about 2 decades, I don't remember ever asking a candidate for baptism anything about the UN. I can say that the questions emphasize being politically neutral, but I don't remember any of the questions being about membership in the UN, because most people as individuals don't have that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's fascinating, but Zachary, do you think? I mean, what was she trying to get, a library card or something? Why was she part? Why was she part of the UN? Think about it.
I don't know. I'm not saying she's part of the UN. I know you're saying that, and I'm in this conversation, but I'm not necessarily agreeing. I think you did say her association is with UNICEF. And so then you have to connect the dots from UNICEF to the UN. So if she's involved with UNICEF, I think you can surely say she's involved with UNICEF. But I think to say she's involved or a member of the UN, I don't think that's
let me clarify it. UNICEF. Now, that is an organization that helps children around the world, and I applaud them for doing that. So UNICEF became a permanent part of the United Nations system in 1953. UNICEF is a nonpartisan, and its cooperation is free from discrimination. They are part of the United Nations. Now, if you told the elders or the Watchtower that you wanted to join UNICEF and become part of the United Nations, would they let you do that, Zach?
I think, again, you're saying if you told the elders, you just said, if you told the elders you wanted to be a part of UNICEF and be a part of the United Nations, I think that you can, the reality of it, realistically, a person might say, can I join UNICEF? They may not go into the minutia of whether UNICEF is a member of the United Nations or a non-governmental member, or if they have some interaction with the United Nations. But just the question about UNICEF, off the top of my head, I think that a person would be advised against it as a witness in the witness universe.
Yeah. Did you think, I mean, if you told the governing body, the Watchtower, when you're going to get baptized, that you remember UNICEF, they wouldn't let you get baptized. So this snuck through. This snuck through the, yeah.
Those, again, that kind of question never came up. That doesn't come up in a when a person's trying to be baptized.
Well, it should. There's 200 questions they ask. I can't remember them all specifically, but they ask.
There were 80 originally, and then there were something like 110. Now, some of the questions were multiple questions, but they were the same subject. You know what I mean?
Right, but I mean, it's a different.
The truth of the matter is that's not a normal question that a person would ask you. Can I be involved with UNICEF? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
you were Rick. You say you were a ministerial servant, and you were involved enough that you feel that the governing body invited you to Bethel to invite you to be a part of the governing body. In all your years as a ministerial servant, have you answered that question for anyone? Could they be? Hey, brother Farron, can I be a member of UNICEF?
Let me put it this way to you, Zach. Everybody listening to this program, everyone listening to this program knows tonight that you couldn't have any political affiliates. You could not be involved with anything. You couldn't be an Alcoholics Anonymous. You couldn't be involved with the YMCA. Now, never mind UNICEF. Yeah.
So, Rick, my question to you again, so that the answer is clear: has anyone ever come to you with that question as a ministerial servant?
No one ever came to me with that question, but I mean, people would come to me with other questions that they.
We're talking about units.
All right, well, Zach, everybody listening to this program, they know I'm 100% right. They know I'm 100% right. There's no way that you could be involved with any political organization, any worldly fundraising organization, and become a Jehovah's Witness. No way.
They would advise against it. Yes, they would advise against it.
And they'd
They
stop.
would always know what they would not know what your contributions were, and things like United Ways, for example, witnesses could give to that, might give to that, but that could have some, if you examine every outflow of cash for United Ways, you might find that they're making some contributions to something that could be called political. They could be making a contribution to a UNICEF. So some of these things do get into an area where it's not so clearly defined. Some of these things get into areas that are extremely fuzzy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, let's hear what this person has to say. Go ahead. You're on with us. Go ahead, sister.
I have one question, Rick.
Yeah.
I have one question. Do you remember years ago when they would have on TV the slogan, trick or treat for UNICEF?
Yes.
So that, to me, that's.
I remember that too. I thought about that when he was talking about UNICEF. I did remember that immediately.
Hello? Hello, Rick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Rick. This is Constance. I'm looking at the website for UNICEF. It's unicef.org. And it makes it very clear that it is part of the United Nations. It says UNICEF, originally called the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund in full, now officially United Nations Children's Fund, is an agency of the United Nations responsible for providing humanitarian and developmental aid to children worldwide. And then it just goes on and on and on. But, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that UNICEF is part of the United Nations. So, it's quite hypocritical for Serena to be, a newly baptized JW, and she is part of the United Nations. So, thank you, Rick.
Yeah.
She's part of UNICEF. She's part of UNICEF.
Okay.
She's part of UNICEF, which is an organization affiliated with the United Nations, Zach. Read the website.
Connie, she's part of UNICEF. That's what she knows. That's what she knows. You don't know that she knows anything about the United Nations. It's a funny thing, too. Serena Williams has become the person. She's going to have her life as nice. She's like the dog and we're the tail, all looking at her. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, you're supposed to.
It seems like if Serena is part of UNICEF, then it would be her responsibility to know that it is part of the United Nations. And like Rick said, well, I was a witness as long as he was, and I know back in the day they did ask us questions about being involved in any kind of a political thing or political charities or anything. You couldn't even donate or go to the Red Cross if you needed help. It's ridiculous. I don't even know how they have. Let me finish, please. I don't even know how the Watchtower Society gives up being a charitable organization when they ban all the members from really doing any charitable work. And another thing, I think we all really need to be thinking right now about the people in Turkey and Syria and the horrible earthquakes that they've had. And I know last night they had already got 23,000 piece out, and a 17-story high-rise collapsed while they were in the middle of doing that. And we all are brothers and sisters. We all bleed the same color of blood. We all are really equal, no matter where we live or anything, but the world is made so that there are countries, and countries have their laws and rules, and we all have to abide by them to a certain extent. And go ahead.
I'm curious, before you get away from the you're answering the questions, did they ask you about specific organizations that you might have been involved in?
They said, are you involved in any kinds of charitable organizations? But now I was baptized in 1975. And we had to go through just 40 basic Bible questions. We had to be able to explain all the doctrine straight from the Bible, even though they did pick and choose what scriptures to use with what questions. And we had to answer all those questions, and yet we were personally asked all those questions about our involvement as far as the government went. We couldn't even say we had a political opinion. I said something out loud one time to an elder, and he looked at me and he said, "You're not allowed to have an opinion." And man, I wanted to knock him upside the head, but I didn't.
Let me say this. I probably went through the same book you went through. The least number of questions was always 80, and that was Your Lamp is a Word to My Foot. That was the yellow book, but you probably used the green one. Let me say this also. Yeah. UNICEF, I like Connie's answer because it did connect the dots. I did like that answer. It connected the dots. I like it when somebody takes the time to connect the dots. And Connie's the one I wanted to talk about when I wanted to talk about another thing we had, and it was just last week. It was so interesting. I liked it. And Connie, you don't come off as bad at all. It was a really good exchange of information. Hello. But I couldn't talk because we don't have time for it right now. Sorry. Hello.
Go ahead. You're on with us. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, Rick, you know, when I was in, you couldn't have nothing to do with nothing. I mean, you couldn't even go to a baseball game with a couple of, well, what they would call worldly men that go once a month with them to watch a baseball game. You were totally forbidden to be in any kind of a group or organization or have anything to do with anything but other witnesses. So,
hey, Rick. My dad enjoy watching.
Hold on, Debbie. Debbie, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Hold on 1 second. Let's give Dick Borgie. Come on in, Dick. Say what you want. Yep.
Yeah, Serena knows that she's an ambassador, and she knows it's the United Nations. The Watchtower will pretend they don't know anything about it. Same way they did with Michael Jackson's mother. It was on TV. Michael Jackson was singing happy birthday to his mother and giving her presents and the whole bit. It was on TV. And she's a baptized, dedicated witness. Nothing happened to the mother because she's probably a big contributor to it. And they'll use Serena Williams somehow, some way down the road. They will not disfellowship her. We know right now that the Watchtower is listening to 6 screens. And we connected the dots between UNICEF and United Nations, you know, the beast from the ocean and all that. And they're not going to tell her congregation, tell her to quit, tell her to resign. No, she's going to continue to be a goodwill ambassador, which will only cause bad will for the Jehovah's Witnesses organization. Thanks, Rick.
Hey, Rick. Hello?
Hey, am I the only one that saw her in a beer commercial this week? Well, technically that's probably not wrong. It just seems kind of odd.
Rick?
Did anyone else see that?
Yeah, I saw the beer commercial.
Don't you think that's a little odd for a witness to be making a beer commercial?
You know, I have to say.
I mean, I drink beer. I don't see anything
You know what?
wrong with it.
Let me say something here. You know what we sound like right now? We sound like a group of active Jehovah's Witnesses talking about another one of them. That's all.
Exactly. Exactly. May I say
Oh,
something?
you sound like a guy in his room with a
You can't
rainbow
say something. I'm listening. I'm listening.
I just when I first learned.
Can I just
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Everybody's. You go ahead. I'm sorry.
The UN founded UNICEF. The UN founded UNICEF.
Okay.
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 There's no way that she should be able to get away with belonging to UNICEF in any way, shape, or form. Actually, working for an organization that is basically the UN.
Yes.
There's no way
Yes.
any other witness would get away with that. No way.
Yes, that is so clear. That is so clear.
Well, they got away with, the entire organization got away with being in the UN for quite a few years before everyone found out.
Can I answer?
Exactly. Here's what I wanted to say about Serena. When I first learned, that she had gotten baptized, because I knew her family was associated, I felt sad, and I felt sad because we all know that this group is a cult, and there's a saying that fools rush in where angels fear to tread. And so here you have a person, I'm certainly not calling her foolish, but here you have a person that's just walked headlong into a cult that's going to change her life in ways she can't even imagine right now if she stays with it. So I felt sad for that. I felt sad, secondly, for her husband. They're only a couple of years married. They have a kid or two. I don't keep track of it. And we all know that when you get associated with this organization, what it does to your family. So when you start taking away the holidays that maybe the kids and the husband are used to, or if she becomes an actual Uber, because we don't know what kind of witness. She might be a total fringe witness, goes to occasional meetings.
She wants to celebrate
We don't know what kind of, we don't know what kind of
I
witness.
can't hear what he's
she-
saying.
If she
Wait, can you repeat what you said the last few things? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I was just saying that we don't know what kind of witness she's going to become, right? If she's a fringe witness, that's one scenario. If she becomes an Uber witness, that's going to have a major effect on her marriage, because her husband is a very well-known person, well-known in the business world. He has his brand, she has her brand. Those brands are going to be affected. The people that are associated with that are going to be affected. That's going to cause a lot of strife in their marriage. And, who's to say that in 2 to 3 years, you're going to have yet another family destroyed because of this cult? So when we start talking about Serena, that's what comes to my mind.
Hello. Hello. Hello, can you
We
hear
can
me?
hear you. Yes,
Oh, good. Is this Zach?
this is Zachary. But I'm listening in too. Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to interject a couple of things if I could. UNICEF has been part of the UN since 1953, number one. Number two, Serena Williams, she's professed to be a JW. She has not raised her daughter with any kind of religious, not even religious, I'm talking ordinarily. Birthday parties, Christmas, anything like that. That's already been brought out. And as far as her becoming a Jehovah's Witness, being baptized, that's all the facade. Because
What do you
here
think
she
is
is
the facade for?
involved in all these, like the beer commercial. Did you see the beer commercial where it was in with golfing?
I did not, but I believe you. But that doesn't make any difference to me, a beer commercial.
No,
that really does not.
okay,
But
well,
I
how
believe
about, all right, Watchtower knew that she poses nude. Watchtower knew that she wears a flag around her.
Let me say something to you. Sister, make your point for everyone. Please don't try to tear a person down in front of me. I don't like that. But, make your point.
I'm not tearing her
You're
down.
talking about her being nude now.
See, that's your problem, Zachary.
Oh.
You think everybody's there to tear you down and no one is. We're trying to present.
I didn't say you're tearing me down. I'm talking about Serena.
All right.
I don't care if you tear me down. I'm talking about Serena. Don't tear her down.
Serena is going to be a motivating factor that brings down Watchtower. That's what I'm trying to bring out. Because what he's doing is trust me, within 5 years, Serena is going to be the one to bring down Watchtower. With everything that we're doing.
Sister, can I just ask you your name? Have you said your name? Or if you say it, just so I can remember. Deborah.
My name is Deborah.
Okay.
Serena is going to be the one to bring down Watchtower, believe it or not. Or she's going to be one of the few. Not this child sex abuse stuff, the CSA. Look at it's going on all around the world. It's becoming commonplace. Okay, you've got all these clowns going into these schools and everything, showing sex and shit to kids and everything. Excuse my French. That doesn't mean anything.
That's not French. That's not French.
Well, you know what I mean. I'm just speaking hypothetically.
I speak French.
That's nothing. That's nothing compared to what's going to come. Serena's going to be the one to bring down Watchtower. You watch. But as far as UNICEF goes, UNICEF has been involved with the union. It's a full member since 1953. And as far as Serena Williams and her bringing up her children, her child, she doesn't celebrate holidays or anything like that. And it's commonplace with her husband. He's okay with it. But
did you say she does not celebrate holidays? I'm trying to hear you. Did you say she does not celebrate holidays? Or
no,
what did
she
you
doesn't.
say? Okay.
No, she doesn't. No, that's already common knowledge. She doesn't celebrate birthdays. She doesn't celebrate Christmas. She doesn't do any of that. But she publicizes through what she does for money, like the beer commercials, posing nude, LGBTQ. I mean, you can't hide that stuff. Watchtower already knows she's involved in it. Think about this now. How could she get baptized and Watchtower knowing darn well that she's involved in this stuff? I mean, come on, think about it. Common sense tells you.
I feel like I'm at the Kingdom Hall. I feel like I'm at the Kingdom Hall, and someone is in my ear telling me about another witness. I really do. This is amazing. It's bringing back such memories.
Just like
Jack, you sound like an elder right now.
Just like
you really do. It doesn't sound like you've witnessed it yet.
I feel like I'm at the Kingdom Hall.
Maybe you're just a weirdo wherever you go.
Maybe I am.
Zach, are you still a Jehovah's Witness?
No, Debbie, I'm not one of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Well, you come across this thing like a presiding overseer who is trying to get everything their way and rule over the congregation.
I'm not ruling over the congregation, Debbie. What I do is I speak my truth. I ask questions where they should be asked. If it sounds like there's a stretch, sometimes I will point it out. You and I have spoken on the phone, Debbie, before, and
I know, and I'm not trying to be mean to you. I like
Debbie, and I haven't changed from the way I was when we spoke on the phone. I'm still the same person.
I know, but it's just tonight you've gone to such extremes. And I mean, and I'm not one who can you can tell me the same thing because I know I've gone to extremes.
You know what I've done tonight, Debbie? I've told people that we never raised the question about whether somebody belongs to UNICEF. That doesn't come up. Those questions, and there were 80 questions. Those questions, and some were multiple, those questions could be general. Some of them were about, what do you do if you hear something wrong in the congregation? Oh, you have to tell, you tell. There were those kinds of questions. There were questions about being politically neutral, making sure the person understood they should be politically neutral. Those were the questions. And I'm simply repeating it because we're talking about the witnesses, right?
Yeah, when were you baptized?
I don't give
You sound like a little kid. You sound like a little kid been sitting in his room too long by himself. You haven't put 30, 40, 50 years into this. You really don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, really? Okay. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't. You're talking about something else, not about witnesses. You got I don't know, you sound like you might have rainbow flags in your room.
Excuse me, I'm going to pipe in about Serena, because I don't know how the rainbow flags got in this, but so the thing with a witness like Serena is that is a very unusual situation. And I was from a small little town outside of a big city. And so we had different rules as kids, as JWs, than the kids in the big city. Like culturally, this is an example. I was in the 70s, and some of my cousins whose fathers were elders, they were going to discos and things like that, but I wasn't doing anything like that because we weren't. And then the people in the city were going to see some PG-13 movies and some R-rated movies, but we in this little small town, we were strict. We didn't do that. So I do think that there is levels of what people get by with. Of course, immorality and lying and being part of the government shouldn't be things that anybody would get by with. But I do think that money and maybe even the number of years in the truth would be the reasons why people would let them get by with something. And this is just a side note on something. I've been listening to a lot of different, these end-time religions that were created in the 1800s. It's the funniest thing that people in these kind of religions, they will go, well, I'm third generation. Well, I'm fourth generation. You hear the Mormons say that, the Jehovah's Witnesses say that. You don't ever hear Baptists or Catholics bragging about how many generations of their people have been in a certain group or go to a certain religion. And I thought that was so funny that people of all different cults brag about their lineage of how many generations of their family have been in a dang cult. Okay, let's calm it down. Serena is going to either wake up or she won't. And
I have a question for you, Debbie. I have a question, Debbie, about your. I wanted to ask you a question about your statement about Serena bringing the Watchtower down. Could you explain what
I have just seen people in the live chat say that they think that Serena will get wind of what's going on and will bring the Watchtower down, like maybe Leah Remini did with Scientology. But I don't know. I have no idea what.
Well, that's different. Yeah. What I wanted to say to you on that is that I just have a thought on that. There have been many wealthy, famous people become Jehovah's Witnesses, Prince and Michael Jackson. There were others. There were several others.
Teresa Gray.
As far as bringing the Watchtower down, they might have caused some controversy, because the elders and maybe, the congregation turns a blind eye to their side activities, like talking about things they do on the side, like talking about Serena being in a beer commercial or nudity. They might show a blind eye and cause some controversy, but I don't know what people are saying about them bringing the Watchtower down, because
that's
the
just some
Watchtower
comments that were made. You know, I'm not sure what all that would entail either, but I'm just saying that those are some comments. I'm saying most of the time when a person like that leaves, they won't be bothered about bringing the quote Watchtower down, because there's like I forgot now the name of the Donald Grover, is that his name? He is very famous and he knows a lot and he keeps his mouth shut, and I mean he's very famous. He could just do something, you know.
Is he a witness or ex-witness?
So he was raised a witness. He's a rap singer. He's a what is it? Young Gambino or something like that, and also was in
Childish Gambino.
Yeah, right.
And he's also an actor.
And he is a very intelligent, smart guy too. I'm just saying, somebody like that, if he's not going to do it, I'm not sure that Serena would be bothered.
Well, we're talking about bringing a multi-billion-dollar real estate company down. Like if somebody, you know, worked for Apple or Amazon and they went against it, and they might bring a few people out, but they're not going to bring a multi-billion-dollar company down. I just want to make that
they've got
statement.
more lawyers. They've got more lawyers. They have more lawyers.
Right.
And if they were smart, they would have more lawyers than they have.
Yeah,
because
my
that's
thought is
another
that
thing.
Serena will. Serena
the
may
Mormons, all
understand.
of the top people who are Mormons are either doctors or lawyers. They're the top people, and they encourage their people to get an education. There's a tremendous amount of lawyers who are involved in the Mormon religion.
Somebody in the chat just made a great comment. Kevin Warrior just said, Watchtower is the only thing that will bring the Watchtower down. And that is the very honest truth. They're screwing up so bad, covering over so many things like the child sex abuse and human trafficking and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know about, I haven't heard directly about human trafficking, but usually in big things, some religions like that are involved in human trafficking. There's a lot of, what's his name had Bell Island. What?
I'd like to make a comment.
Debbie, I want to tell Debbie something. Can I tell Debbie something? Ola Vickery died. Did you know Ola Vickery died?
No, I didn't. When?
Okay. I just wanted to let you know she died about 2 weeks ago. She was 102 years old.
Oh my God! And was Ruth Ann still with her? Oh wait, Ola Vickery. Never mind. I've got them confused.
Mama.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is I'd just like to talk about
I'm sorry.
Can I make a statement about the Watchtower being brought down? I want to make a statement about what I think will bring the Watchtower down.
Zach, just wait a minute. Just let me say this, please. When it became known 3 decades ago that the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society had a governing body member as an NGO to the United Nations, that became big news for a short time. They did a trial balloon in Texas. They floated it up, and nobody cared. It didn't bring the Watchtower down. They said, let me finish. They said over 4,000 times in their literature, they said it was the harlot coming out of the ocean, the wild beast, and all that stuff.
Yeah, the harlot riding on the back of the scarlet beast. Okay. Could you stop that, whoever you are? Could you stop that, please?
Hey, you people that are trying to cut in, they're trying lights, get off the phone. We're trying to have a conversation that you're too stupid to understand.
I think it's one of Zach's friends.
No, I don't think it's one of Zach's friends.
My friends,
one of them idiots.
when I was at Bethel, my friends didn't have time for that kind of stuff. But Dick Borghi, it was not an individual. It was the whole organization that was an NGO in the United Nations, a non-governmental organization. It was the whole society, Watchtower Bible and Tract Society.
Yeah, that's true. It was an individual, but he represented the governing body. He wasn't that governing body member. So the governing body.
I know the guy you're talking about. He gave me coaching lessons when I was working with J.R. Brown's wife, Priscilla Brown, when we were working on an Italian aria. But you're talking about Ciro Aracino, I believe. But
you're correct.
Point is, it was the whole organization that was a non-governmental organization with the United Nations. It was the whole organization, not just an individual. So it was big. It was big.
Clear, because there were so many people jumping in on the conversation. So let me clarify things.
Yes.
The governing. Can I speak, please? The governing body took one of their members and sent them to the United Nations. As we all know, the United Nations is something the Watchtower condemns. They condemned it 4,000 times.
My wife can always.
Oh boy. And anyway, when it became known, it got out. They did a trial balloon in a circuit in Texas, and nobody seemed to give a damn. So what I was referring to was that no one person is going to bring down the Watchtower. Serena Williams or Michael Jackson's mother for conduct that the Watchtower says isn't appropriate. That's all I'm saying.
Here's what I think will bring down the Watchtower. In spite of Debbie saying, Debbie, you there, Debbie? Debbie? Okay. Can anyone hear me? In spite of Debbie saying, Debbie, I'm going to pick with you just for a little second. In spite of Debbie saying that I'm one of Jehovah's Witnesses and asking me if I'm still one of Jehovah's Witnesses, this is what I think will bring down the Watchtower. I think that the Watchtower's words about false religion will end up applying to the Watchtower. When they pointed out the scripture that says her waters will dry up, I think that the people, little by little, the Watchtower will have less and less support. They will not have financial support, and little by little, they will dry up. Her waters will dry up. And that's what I think will end the Watchtower Society.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. The waters dry up from people leaving, and the money dries up. Also, it's possible that in the future, the government, the FBI, I found out today, the FBI is investigating, watching in some way what they call radical Catholics. There's a lot of people in the Catholic Church. I won't go into all that. I've been doing some research on it. The FBI, if they were to get more interested in the Watchtower, and the Watchtower makes more mistakes, it could be that Watchtower runs into a lot of problems with the government. That's a possibility. But first and foremost, the drying up of the money would be my first thought about the Watchtower falling. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
We've got hold on one second.
I want to write you some letters because I got to count my time for the month.
We've got a lot of people who want to speak up here. So if you guys have spoken up, let's just let some new people come in here. We got Fayetteville, North Carolina. Go ahead, Fayetteville. You're on with us.
That's me, Sharon, Rick.
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking? You know how there used to be no blood at all, and then they broke it down that you were allowed to take fractions. What if Serena is there a way to sneak back into the United Nations under the name of the goodwill? I mean, that's a possibility. People would be willing to accept that the way they're accepting the fractions on blood.
Well, they could be. I mean, what you're saying there, Sharon, is something that you just caught my attention. She could be being used as some type of a spokesperson or some type of liaison to.
A liaison. There you go.
Yeah.
There's the word that they use.
Yeah, changing the way they're doing business. That's a possibility. I mean, she has 15 million followers on Facebook. I mean, let's face it. That's more. That's almost three times as many Jehovah's Witnesses as the roster. She's got a lot of people that follow her. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Okay, that's it for me, Rick.
All right. All right, you're on with us, JW World News. Who wants to speak up? You're on with us. We got a lot of people calling in tonight, friends. I'm just kind of leaving the lines open. We have so many people calling in. Go ahead, you're on with us.
Yeah, hi Rick, it's Constance again. And, I really like Sharon's thought on that about being a liaison. Watchtower is notorious for do as I say, but don't do as I do. And, it makes a lot of sense that, like even Gary Bro had said in what you said earlier about in reference to the police officers and so forth, Watchtower flip-flops for whatever is to their advantage. Whether it's whatever the case might be. I mean, that's just how they are. That's what their history has been. So I can certainly see how, they've always told all of us, don't be any part of the world, the United Nations is part of the wild beast, the harlot, and the book of Revelation. And yet, they go behind everyone's backs, and then they had a membership. And it wasn't until they got caught being online that then they said, oh, well, it was just in order to have a membership for the library. Yeah, right, So I can see how they might possibly use Serena since she's a celebrity. She's a celebrity, a worldwide celebrity. And they would use someone like that to their advantage. And I could see how they would do something like that in terms of, their political moves, because they're all part of the whole deep state and everything else going on. So thank you, Rick.
Well, you're very welcome, Constance.
Hello, Rick.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Rick.
Go ahead, Kurt. Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about Serena Williams for a minute. To state the obvious, I think we all are aware, being raised a witness, and I'm assuming that her dad, at least her dad, maybe her mother, encouraged those girls to be great out in the tennis world, and they did. And she's back now in the organization. Her heart may be good, and she may keep a low profile, and we may not hear much about her from here on. Number two, with the organization in general, it's been discussed, and I agree with it. The elders in her congregation, the governing body, this Serena Williams baptism was a huge deal. Her preparation for baptism was a huge deal. I don't know what they discussed in private. I don't know if they talked to her and like they would anyone else. And, now, Serena, we know you've been out in the world. You've posed nude. You're part of UNICEF and so forth. I don't know if they discussed it with her. They should have, because the rules apply to everybody else. I know the Watchtower I grew up in, the Salvation Army, the Red Cross, on and on. And these organizations do a lot of great work. You could not be associated with them in any way. So we all know that. So the future will tell the story, the further story. But again, we all are aware that She's very wealthy. More than like she's already written a check, at least one. They're interested in money. They have to have money and need money to operate, run their organization. So they may go the extra mile. They may have went the extra mile with Prince and Michael Jackson. I think that's pretty obvious they did. And that's unfair. That's unfair because all the rules should apply. But anyway, as far as her as a person, she may give up her former life that she's had for decades and be a good Jehovah's Witness in the way they operate. She could do that. So anyway, thanks for taking my call.
Well, Kurt, I have to say to you, you said the secret word, and a duck came down and wants to give you a gift. You said the secret word, a duck came down, and he wants to give you a gift. The secret word was money. That's the secret word. So, Kurt, we're going to give you a Dunkin' Donuts gift certificate. Do you like donuts? If you like donuts.
Yeah, thank you for that, Rick.
Yeah, so
I appreciate it.
Well, what to do is send me your email at jwworldnews@gmail.com, and I'll send you a nice Dunkin' Donuts gift certificate. It'll be worth your while, and you can get some nice donuts and crullers and coffee. You said the secret word. The secret word was money. That's the word I was looking for, and you said it. Good man. Thank you, Kurt.
Well, that will be the first gift I ever won. I entered a GQ contest one time. I came in last. But anyway, thank you for that.
Well, you send me email. You get yourself a gift certificate coming. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. All right, you're on JW World News. Boy, I'll tell you what, we got the open lines tonight. We got a lot of people calling in. I just figured I'd sit back here and let the people talk, which they've been doing. So we've still got so many people wanting to speak up. Boy, I didn't realize that Serena Williams would cause that big of a stir with our audience tonight, but it was unbelievable. So go ahead, you're on with us. If you'd like to speak up, 480 area code. Go ahead, you're on.
Hey, what do you think would happen? Maybe they didn't know about this UN stuff or making beer commercials. What do you think would happen if they try to disfellowship her? Because it's not very hard to get baptized, but I don't think they've ever really stopped anyone from getting baptized. But trying to disfellowship somebody, she has a lot of money, and she could probably fight their lawyers.
Well,
well,
hold on one second, Zach. But what I want to say is she's not going to get disfellowshipped. As long as she's cutting big checks. I mean, her husband's.
Wait a minute. I don't know if anyone remembers it, but Michael Jackson got disfellowshipped in like 83 or something.
Yeah, he did.
No, he wasn't.
83. He really wasn't a witness after that.
He never got
a video. He wasn't a witness officially.
He never got disfellowshipped.
Yeah, he did.
No, he did not. He may have been reproved because of the video. And
he was disfellowshipped. You don't know what you're talking about again.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. I think that you might not know what you're saying or talking about. After the Thriller video was made, an Awake magazine came out about the Thriller video. Remember? Where they interviewed Michael Jackson, and it had that old paper that it was printed on. After that Awake magazine came out, I remember being in the car with the Larsons going to the meetings. And one Wednesday night, Max Larson told us that they were concerned about Michael's mother. I don't know if she went inactive or something, but they said that the point was made that he was active witness, and whenever he had a talk, he might be somewhere else in the world, because back then he was really big. He would fly in to give his talk because he was on the Theocratic Ministry School. So
all that stuff was before, like 82 or 83.
Excuse me.
You don't know what you're talking about, man.
This was after 82, 83. This was after I was in Bethel, the mid to late 80s. So another day, our work overseer came to us and told us, we were in the factory, and our work overseer came to us and said to us, brothers, Brother Jackson is going to be visiting the Watchtower today. And if he comes on our floor, we would appreciate it if you keep on working, because he's coming to see us work. What our overseer was telling us was, please don't stop to try to talk to him, try to get autographs or anything like that. Michael Jackson was not disfellowshipped. In time, he disassociated himself. It was a disassociation. Sorry.
Can I interject? This is a whole different time and a whole different scenario now. We're talking about, we're in what, 2023? The whole world is in chaos, okay? And we've got Jehovah's Witnesses on the pedestal right here up front. Okay, now Serena Williams is not like Michael Jackson. We're in a whole complete...
Well, just a minute. Let me say this. The brother said that Michael Jackson was disfellowshipped, and I know he was not. And so we were discussing Michael Jackson, whatever year it was. It was the years when he was a witness. So I think it was quite appropriate. It was quite appropriate to answer that question or to make the statement based on the knowledge I have. Okay, go ahead.
It doesn't matter back then. That's already past, done, okay?
The brother was talking about Michael Jackson just now, because we're talking about people who have a high profile. That's another part of it, right?
She is right now. She has a high profile. She is the profile in question. Okay, now Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is gone, done. He's in his grave.
But he was raised. He was raised in the conversation. He was raised in the conversation, sister.
All right, conversation. But by the same token, think about this now. Take the time, really think about this. Serena Williams, her whole life she's been raised as a JW. Her whole life. Okay, she knows the ins and outs. Don't tell me she doesn't. She knows the ins and outs. Now that she's retired, she decides to get baptized. She's raising her child without holidays and what have you as far as the public goes. Okay, that's fine and dandy. But look what she's doing on the side. Come on. Look what she's doing on the side. And Watchtower does nothing. And Watchtower knew what she was doing on the side. They still let her get baptized. Come on, think about this. I'm not downing Serena Williams. The woman is fabulous. She is absolutely fabulous. But you gotta understand here. Look at the times. You can't reflect back on Michael Jackson.
Again, Michael Jackson was brought up as part of the conversation. I don't know why you have a problem with talking about something beyond Serena Williams.
I don't have a problem with it, but we're not living in Michael Jackson days.
Frankly,
now it's a whole different scenario.
Frankly, I have my own life. I don't care about Serena Williams' life. We all have our own life. We all have our own life. We do.
Now look at Zachary, listen.
Yes.
We are living in a time now where LGBTQ is up in the forefront. You've got these transvestites going into schools, teaching young children how to masturbate, how to do sex. It's all freaking corrupt.
And wait a minute, you missed something. You missed something about the school.
Promoting this.
Sister, you missed
this.
You missed something about the schools. You've got people going into schools and shooting kids with guns. and AR-15s and whatever they are called.
Zachary, we're
Yeah,
not talking about
don't
going
ignore
to
that.
schools and shooting.
Don't ignore that. When you talk about the dangers for school children, talk about that
You're
too.
deflecting. You're deflecting,
No, I'm not.
Zachary.
No, I'm not. I'm seeing you
All I'm
talk
saying
about
to you
children in
is-
schools, and you leave that important point out.
Okay.
Somebody else talk besides this arguing back and forth?
Go ahead. You're on with us, Anne Marie. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I mean, I think Zachary is doing one hell of a job trying to deal with a situation that no matter what he does or says, it keeps going sideways. He goes left and tries to address it. I think that Michael Jackson and bringing up Michael Jackson is entirely appropriate. It's about how the Watchtower elite sees an opportunity to use and abuse a name that is a member. Michael Jackson secretly not only was faithful to Watchtower, not only donated tons to the Watchtower, he would go out in the door-to-door ministry in disguise because he wanted to be a good witness. He did not get this fellowship because all of us in the congregations were acutely aware of what was going on with Michael Jackson because Thriller album hit and then Off the Wall hit. He was at the top of the top, and he got in trouble for Billie Jean. He got in trouble. I don't know if he was reproved, but he was raked over the coals. He was not disfellowshipped. I remember people talking about it in the congregation. The circuit overseer happened to hear a bunch of busybodies in the congregation talking about Michael Jackson, and he very quietly said, "Sisters, brothers, Michael Jackson may have been reproved, but he is still our brother, and we do not speak of our brother in that manner. He was not disfellowship." And I think it's entirely appropriate to look at Michael Jackson and compare him to Serena Williams, because Watchtower loves to get somebody who's a name, who's a celebrity that can bring in the money, bring in good attention. Thank you so much, Zachary, for doing a very good job of trying to handle a situation that I wouldn't have the patience to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
There's one thing that I'd like to just say.
Go ahead.
Okay. Michael Jackson always, with a controversial video, would put up a disclaimer. And I don't know if anybody ever saw that, but I did. So he had a disclaimer. He knew that, you know, those zombie things that he did, you know, was not seriously appropriate, but he had a disclaimer. So
in that Awake magazine, I remember reading him saying, "That scared a lot of people." That was his statement in the Awake.
Well, Zach, you're making it sound like Michael Jackson was some royal crown Jehovah's Witness. He wasn't. He wasn't.
I'm not making him sound like that. I'm simply answering the question as to whether he was disfellowshipped. I'm telling about the things he did during that time. I never called him a royal crown Jehovah's Witness. I never called him a real strong witness or anything like that.
Well, the thing is, right? Well, you're right. Well, yeah, but listen now. He now hold on. Okay, he wasn't disfellowshipped. Listen, sister, hold on. Sister, hold on 1 second. Let me comment, okay? So, what happened here is he was not disfellowshipped, but he was disassociated. Now, you tell me what. Now, you tell me.
I said that.
I know you said. I know you. Zach, I'm not. Hold on.
It was for a different reason. It was for a different reason.
Well,
it had nothing to do with those videos.
Let me finish.
Yes, sir.
So he disassociated himself. Now, when you disassociate yourself, or you're disfellowshipped, it's tantamount to the same thing. I mean, we're just playing with words again. So when he was disfellowshipped, when he was disfellowshipped, his mother, you know, she still talked with him, and this really bothered me. No one's supposed to talk to a disfellowship person. Michael Jackson was cut special honors by the Watchtower. The same thing with Serena Williams. It's all about money. That's all it's all about.
The one thing I will not allow you to, 1 second. You're wrong.
Well, we got the woman. Let the woman. Let the woman. Let the woman.
What I will not let you do, Ring, is to try to twist my words. I very clearly said that Michael Jackson, it was behind the Thriller video, I thought. And Michael Jackson was interviewed by The Awake. He may have been reproved with that Thriller video. And I said very clearly that Michael Jackson later disassociated himself, but that was a different issue.
All right, well, we'll go with that.
I've said nothing to make him sound like he was a whatever you call
a royal crown witness.
Nothing like that.
Oh, okay.
A royal crown witness. And you know I said nothing like that. You're adding in exaggeration.
Well, we got a woman coming in from the UK. Well, hold on. Hold on. Quick, Debbie. So hold on 1 second, Debbie. Okay, I got a woman. I want Debbie can speak up, but I got a woman coming in. We got to take turns here. We got a woman coming in from the UK. Let's go with the woman from the UK. Go ahead, sister.
Thanks. No, I just wanted to say that I think it's a little bit different with Michael Jackson and Serena, because Serena has been baptized in the era of the internet. Her husband began Reddit. He must be really worldly wise. He began Reddit. He must have taken part in Reddit conversations. And you're telling me he doesn't know Watchtower is a cult? I find it so. I mean, Michael Jackson became a witness back in the day when information was really hard to get. In order to find out really about what was going on with Watchtower, you had to go into a Christian bookshop and actually search out a book written by ex-witnesses, and we didn't do that because we were scared of Christian bookshops. You know, we were terrified of going into them. And so when Michael was a witness, you know, I think it was a bit different. But for Serena to be baptized after she's retired, as one of the callers said, she's been on record as defending gay people publicly, and I think that's a good thing, you know, obviously. But however, it isn't something that witnesses would do and still be allowed to be baptized. She's done, you know, nude modeling. She waited till she got married to a non-witness man. They had a child before marriage. She did all of these things despite being raised a witness, and yet she still got baptized. I find it just mind-blowing that she could be so naive, and perhaps it just gives an example of just how powerful being raised a witness, what kind of effect it really does have on your mind, and how you're able to compartmentalize so much, you know, and you know, in order to make it okay to get that. And now she's working for the UN. I mean, she must know. She was raised during the era of UN being, you know, in the magazines and the Watchtower criticizing the UN, and yet she's working for UNICEF. She doesn't care about all the pedophiles in Watchtower and what they're doing with the two witnesses and so on. I just find it mind blowing that she still got baptized. I don't know what anyone else thinks.
Well, thank you, sister. Well, thank you, sister. That's a very good comment, and that's the point that I'm trying. Well, hold on 1 second. Let me talk for 1 second.
Don't forget about Debbie.
Let me talk for 1 second. Listen, I'll have to mute everybody. We'll get everybody back on, but let me just say this: that's what this subject is all about tonight. You know, Serena Williams, Michael Jackson. We didn't even get into Prince tonight, but I mean, all of these witness celebrities, they got away with murder. They got away with doing whatever they wanted to do. And it's all about money. That's all my feelings are. I don't have a soft spot for any of these guys. Geez, if you disassociated yourself, you were a dead duck. These people seem to get along pretty well. Okay, go ahead. I think we got Dick. We got a number of the callers. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you are a baptized Jehovah's Witness, as it was alluded that Michael Jackson was, then you would write a letter of disassociation
if you don't want to be a part of the Watchtower. But you have to be baptized. I don't think Michael Jackson was ever baptized. He went out in field service. I know I did that before I got baptized. But Michael Jackson not only did the prayer, but he'd also, every single video he ever did, he's grabbing his crotch and he's, you know, jerking it up and down. He's a pretty perverted guy. That would definitely get a baptized Jehovah's Witness disfellowship. But
why do you say he was never baptized? You don't believe he was ever baptized? I'm curious.
Well, if he, to answer your question, he would have been disfellowshipped for the Thriller video. You know, it was glorifying the dead, and then it also would have been, they would have had grounds because he's supposed to be pristine and proper and all that stuff. And this guy is grabbing his crotch and he's jerking it up and down. We've seen that in almost every video he's ever made. That's why I say that.
Regarding the Thriller video, let me say this one thing. Can I just answer that? This one thing. Regarding the Thriller video, if you get reproved, that is part of a judicial proceeding, and you were up for being disfellowshipped. So if he got reproved for that, then you know what I'm saying.
I know a little something, and I think it was for idolatry because he was being an idol.
No, that wouldn't do it.
I never heard that.
Sure, it would.
I never heard that.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't have people worshiping you.
He didn't request people to worship him. I would think that idolatry is on the part of the person doing the worship.
No, that's not. People idolize him. It's for idolatry.
No, he couldn't help that. If you're good, you're good.
Yeah, you don't have anything to say, do you?
Whoever's talking right now, idolatry is when other people worship you. You don't ask for them to do that.
Right.
People idolize him. You can't stop people from making an idol out of you.
Okay, we got 315 coming in. Go ahead, 315. Come on, you're on with us.
Thanks, Rick. I think the thing that we really have to remember is that the Watchtower is doing everything the government's doing. It's normalizing things that aren't normal. It always has been doing it. It's just that we didn't like it. It's normalizing pedophilia. It's normalizing transsexual stuff. It's normalizing idol worship because it's a new world agenda. It's a new world. The society is a new world society that is right along with the governments of this world. You have to stop thinking. You have to stop thinking of the Watchtower as a religious organization. It is not. As soon as you stop thinking of it as a religious organization, it'll all make sense. That's it.
Well, Joe, no, that's a Joe. I have to tell you that. I'll tell you what. The duck's coming down and giving you a gift. I mean, you said that. you said the secret word here, normalization. That I believe you're right with that. I really do. Thank you for sharing that, because that's what they're doing. They're making things that were so outrageous before, they're normalizing it. And they're going to have to do that moving into the future. So I want to send you a gift. So I got your email, so I'm going to send you a gift. I mean, that's another.
Rick, I got a question to ask you.
Yes.
Are these words really written down on a list? Or are you just making this up when you hear a comment you really like?
Well, I mean, this is it. I mean, this is the new 6 screens. The duck's going to come down and give you a gift.
Do you have a list? I'm asking you, do you have these words written down in advance? Yes or no?
Well, not all of the words, but some of them I do. Yes. I didn't have normalization written down, but money's written down. Yeah.
I didn't think you did. You didn't fool me. Okay, go ahead. Continue with the program.
Yeah.
I don't think Rick's trying to fool anybody.
You're commenting on every little word, aren't you?
No, I think you.
I think Rick understood. Rick understood my joke.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Well, brother, who are you?
Never mind.
Please tell me you're not Jeff.
No.
Please tell me you're not Jeff.
No, don't pick on him. Now he's a good guy. You seem to.
Jeff?
What did you take tonight? What you eat your Wheaties today or something,
No,
Zach?
the reason why I'm asking him, Jeff is one of the favorite people I like to hear speak up.
Yeah.
And this guy's jumping on me all night tonight.
Well, no.
I hope it's not Jeff.
Jeez, what did you?
You know what I'm saying, Rick?
Yeah, I'm thinking you took your Wheaties today or something, Zach. What's going on with you? You're like a new guy here tonight. It seems like you're really putting the gloves on here tonight. You know.
No, I'm just commenting. I'm commenting. I'm being honest.
Yeah. Well, let's see now. We've got we got a lot of callers coming in. What do you want to say to Zach? I mean, do you want to say something? Go ahead. You're on with us.
Or say about anything, not me.
We got area code.
Not about me.
We got area code 203. I'd like to hear from 203. Go ahead. I'd like to hear from 661.
Hello, this is JP from Palmdale.
Yes, JP.
I was just wanted to relate a story. That's actually my mom. She encountered Michael Jackson in the field ministry, and I just want to tell you the story behind that. And what happened was she was actually house cleaning with a sister in a very rich neighborhood. I think it was either in Encino or Brentwood, California. And my mom told me the story. She said that somebody knocked on the door, rang the doorbell, and she answered. And she opened the door, and it was a guy with a hat, sunglasses, and an umbrella. And he said, this is Jehovah's Witnesses. And my mom looked at him, and she said, she thought he was kind of weird at first. She said, well, I'm not sure, So she opened the door. She's all, who? He said, I'm Jehovah's Witness. And she says, okay, well. And then she said some other brother started giving. That's all he said. That was the only thing that Michael Jackson says. We're one of Jehovah's Witnesses. And then this brother gave the presentation. So she opened the door a little more, and then she realized, like, okay. She started talking to this brother, and they gave the presentation, and she just said, oh, we're witnesses and that. And then she kept feeling like a tap on her back. And then they said, okay, well, it's good to see you, sister. We're just out door to door. And then she closed the door, and the sister that she was working with, they were both cleaning this house in a really rich neighborhood. And she was like, that was Michael Jackson. Didn't you know that? My mom was like, no, I didn't know it. At first, I thought it was just some strange guy with some sunglasses and a hat on that came to the door. And then once I saw the brother, because he didn't say anything, he just said, hi, we're Jehovah's Witnesses. And then the brother actually gave the presentation. But another thing she brought out was she said that there was a limo, like at the driveway, at the end of the driveway, and they got in, and then they drove them to the next house. So you could take what you want from that story, but I just thought it was really interesting of the kind of treatment he got, even though he did attempt to go out door to door. But this is a JP from California, but I'm going to check out. I just wanted to relate that little story that my mom gave. Thought it was interesting, and we're touching on Michael Jackson and a lot of other JW celebrities. So I thought that was an interesting story.
Well, thank you, JP. We enjoyed that. Thank you, JP. Thank you.
Do you believe he was a witness? Baptized, I mean.
Excuse me, can you say that again?
I said, so do you believe he was baptized? Are you what side of that question are you on?
I don't know if he was baptized at that time, but I would imagine if he was going out door to door, he would probably be at least a publisher, I don't know his complete story of like when he was baptized and if he was an unbaptized publisher and allowed to go out door to door, but that was a story that my mom did tell me, and I know it is true. And that was if he did go on service, that was the way he probably went out in service as a celebrity. But that's all I know.
About what year was that? Do you think?
You read my mind.
It had to be like in the early 80s.
Yeah, see, I think he was pretty much out by around 83, 84.
No, he
It was,
was
it was
still
before I
in.
was born or when I was really young because I'm 39. So
Yeah.
He didn't
So
disassociate
everybody keeps
himself
saying he's a
until
witness. I'm not trying to take up for him or anything,
he
but everybody keeps talking about him like he's a witness his whole life. I think he was just really student, and he wasn't really he started being a publisher maybe, and then around early 80s and stuff, he started getting really, really popular and wanted to be title.
his disassociation was probably about the year 1987.
Oh, probably you don't know what you're talking about either.
I know
You know,
exactly.
this guy's really starting to drive me nuts. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
You're already nuts.
Well, what you want to do is why don't you get the facts? If he doesn't know, I mean, I'm not sticking up for Zach, but if you don't think he has the facts, look it up and come back and tell him. All right. We've got okay. Let's go. We've got well, let's go with Anne Marie. Anne Marie, you're on with us. Go ahead. Okay. How about Michigan? We got 989. Go ahead, Michigan. Yeah.
I just wanted to know is Zach is he still a fan of Biden?
Well,
am I a fan of Biden? Let me tell you something. That State of the Union address on Tuesday night will go down in history. He brought up Social Security and Medicare. And all those, Rick, he asked me the
don't
question.
let this guy take over your show, man. He's not funny.
He asked me a question. Let me answer him. Biden.
Well, we don't talk to this.
They talk it all the time. Biden tuned up the strings of that violin when he brought up Medicare and Social Security. He said they want to get rid of it. And they all booed and said, no, that's wrong. And by the time Biden was done with that subject, he had all of those people who he was saying was against it. They were all on their feet cheering him on. I have never seen that in a State of the Union address. Biden said himself, I like to see conversion. And he basically negotiated with them right during the State of the Union address. You saw them go from 0 to 100 in what he wanted them to say. Right there, they all agreed with him. No, we don't want to get rid of it. And then he said, so we agree that Social Security and Medicare, he used the wrong word. He said, are off the books. He should have meant to say they're off the table. Is that true? And they all cheered and agreed. We saw history Tuesday night. Okay, go ahead. Go on.
Is a clown.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You're on now.
Why is this a Zachary show?
Well,
I spoke truth, and I'm getting a little backlash from it.
And you're losing control of your show. Watchtower is a criminal. You're on the wrong side, buddy.
Am I on or not? Am I talking to Zach?
You're on. You're on with Jack. Go ahead.
I'm listening, but I'm not. It's not my show.
I don't know if I'm on or not. I'm hearing.
You're on. Go ahead. Are you five?
This is King of the Dots.
Yes, go ahead.
I will tell you, I've been listening to Zachary all night long, and actually, what he said about the State of the Union address, I actually listened to the whole thing, and it was very good. But it was, just the preposterous giveaways. We're already $32 trillion in debt. That's all I've got to say about that. But it was a very good speech. I felt very good. He made America feel pretty good, actually. But again, the kiss, that's the topic, the kiss at the end. Why is Kamala's husband kissing Jill Biden so lusciously? It was just very erotic, I thought. And I'm not sure what that was all about. Does Zachary have any comment on that?
Yeah, my comment would be, I don't know how you found him kissing her to be erotic. It seemed like a greeting to me. No big deal, nothing to see. How do you find that erotic? My God, that's my comment.
Well, I wanted to trigger you by saying erotic. I'm kind of tricky that way. But
It's
Not that
told
tricky.
me that he outed himself. What's your name, Zachary? Yeah, because we all know there's a puppet master behind the president, and now we know who it is. It's Doug Immelt, Kamala's husband, and I've been putting that all over the internet. And I'm getting a lot of people waking up to the fact he's from Georgetown University. He's a professor there. And his main client is Merck. He's got his own law firm. That's a pharmaceutical firm. I mean, we've got major shenanigans going on in Washington, D.C. And unfortunately, Michael Jackson isn't involved in them. I don't know what happened to Michael. Do you know what actually happened to him? Zachary, yeah.
Ultimately, he died.
Well, what happened to him?
He died.
Well, no, what exactly happened to him that made him die?
He was given a dose of propofol.
What was that? Propanol? Propanol?
Yes, propofol.
Propanol.
I said the wrong thing.
And no, that's all right. You're allowed to say wrong things. But now let me ask you, how did you get the propanol? Where did it come from?
I wasn't there. I'm sorry.
Well, who gave him propanol? Zachary, who gave it to him?
I guess there was a doctor who gave him drugs. I don't know what the drugs were, and this I don't know where you're coming from with this, but you can tell us what you want to tell us. I'm not going to get into an question and answer on this subject because I don't know anything about it. Don't know enough about it.
That's the first smart thing you said all night, man. You don't know anything about it.
This is how the Socratic method works, Zachary. You ask questions, and we get answers, and we, of course, discuss the answers.
You can ask a question about something I might know about, but I don't know about Michael Jackson's death.
I don't think you know much of anything.
Thank you. I know.
Jackson all night, so why wouldn't it be appropriate to? I mean,
you've gone on to Michael Jackson's death and what really happened. I know Michael Jackson died. I know information about him when he was one of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Let me ask you another question.
But I don't know his whole life.
You like questions, too. You just like to talk over people. Let me ask you another question.
No, I don't like to talk over people.
How long do you think he was on medication?
I have no idea.
Well, give me a guesstimate because you seem to be fairly smart. You can figure.
No, I have no idea how long he was on medication. I really have no idea. I won't pretend either.
Well, thank you for giving a zero answer, but obviously a person just doesn't die of drugs overnight. So obviously there had been a period of time, right? And how long did Watchtower know he was on drugs? How long did they know that Prince was on drugs? They know this stuff, dude. They're not idiots.
Hello, this is Fran. Has anyone gotten into any charitable volunteering lately? Just wondering if anybody wants to talk about that.
Thanks, Fran. Am I still on the air, Rick?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
I'm
you.
just trying to make sense of the whole situation without trying to make Watchtower look like they come out clean as a sheet, because they don't.
Hey, can I say something to Fran's request?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Fran. This is Eric. I don't contribute much, but I do try. And the work that I do is I come on here and tell my story. Of course, I just found you guys a few months ago, but I go out. I think it's Stand If You Are Able. He has some stickers, he or she.
Oh yes, yes, we've seen your stickers.
I got quite a bit of those, and I placed them all over my neighborhood and in the Nashville area as well, in Tennessee. And
nice.
And my wife has helped with that too. And I put it, I set them up where they set up their carts, and I put up a bunch of stickers, and I crash their carts, and that's part of what I do. I don't know if I'm completely on track with what you were getting at, but
No,
that's my contribution of what I do.
Yeah. How can we get some, Eric? Can we get some from you? Because we'd like to put them up.
I'm not the distributor. If you could find this person on Instagram, and it's stand, all one word, stand if you are able. Kind of like the announcement that we got at the assembly.
Oh, very good.
Stand if you are able. Instagram, Facebook, you can find him there. He gave me a bunch of them, and you can choose to give a donation or not.
Good. Yeah, we'd be glad to.
He or she is, I don't know the sex, but they're pretty good people. And I had a little contact with them before they were banned from Reddit. But I thought I think it's a pretty good thing. And I can't believe that the witnesses still set up there. There are stickers that say Jehovah's Witnesses protect pedophiles. And they still set up their cards. They won't tear them down because it's considered graffiti. I actually talked to an elder about it. But anyways, I thought I would share the story with you.
Well, that's good, Eric. Yeah, we'll get some because we would like to do that. And what we've mentioned it before, but everybody that comes into our shop, we always tell them about. We ask them if they know any Jehovah's Witnesses. Most of the time, they say no, and then we'll say, well, that's good because we were for 36 years, and then we give them our story. We tell them how they're hiding child pedophiles. We tell them about the shunning. And by the time they leave, they've got a better idea about Jehovah's Witnesses. And we say the people are, the people are very nice. We've got a lot of, but they're just blind, and because they can't go on the internet and they can't find out these things. So anyway, my
wife just wanted to add, just before I go, that we've fed the homeless at times too, and we still, I still give them rides. A certain group home that I know of, but not self-boasting, but just that the organization, they actually frown upon that, and it's so sad. They would tell you to put your effort into the ministry rather than it's actually feeding people.
No, that's great. I think we all need more opportunities to
Is this Joe?
do something. Yeah, it is, Eric. I appreciate what you're doing.
I love you both. You're great people.
I love all the
XJWs. So are we discussing charities now? Is that what we're discussing? Is this the topic?
Charity.
Yeah. If you
Why? Okay. Why are we giving to charities?
No.
Charity begins first at home, I do believe.
Volunteering.
I think, do you know that 3.5 million people are employed by nonprofits in this country right now? They're making almost $3 trillion a year. And yet most of the money goes to the corporate officers, the people at the top.
No, not
do it
giving
yourself.
Money.
Personally do it. Do not go through anybody else. That's my personal opinion.
Right, exactly. See, we're talking about volunteering our time and direct help to individuals that need it.
So you don't, and there's no money involved. No money involved.
No. Direct help.
No. Direct help by how? By what means?
Well, here, Eric said something about giving a ride to
You're
somebody.
telling me.
Like volunteering at your local food bank.
Zachary,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah,
No money's involved. Are you telling me that? Seriously?
Hey, you do.
No money's involved.
Wait a minute now.
You know what gets me is about the Ponce community becoming money brothers. That's what gets me.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, well, it sounds like it. You're lying to me, man. I don't know. We've got two different types of Zacharies, okay? Yeah, Zachary at least was wrong out loud, and you're just covering it up. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Maybe Rick wants to
Brother,
say something.
before you leave.
Yeah.
He's going.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I think the volunteer. This is interesting because I mistakenly entered the Watchtower because we were looking for the opportunity to volunteer for charitable works. Well, let me tell you, it was the wrong organization for that because Watchtower does not do charitable works. Well, we're still looking to do charitable works. and we do different things where we, we'll make sandwiches or whatever for, for the homeless. And there's so many opportunities for that. That's all. No money.
Well, I think there is a lot of money. People do make money on charity. I think he kind of had a point on that.
Well, look, you try to live without money. I don't know how to live without money.
You got all these homeless people living on the street. Most of them are drug addicts. I'm not going to go give them any. I wouldn't give them 2 cents.
Well, maybe you should mow them all down. I don't know. Look.
A funny thing happened to me. There was a man who was sitting on the street. It was a couple of years ago, and it was around January 24th. You know what happened? He said to me, he was saying to people, "Today is my birthday." And he had like a hat or something. And he said to me, "Today is my birthday." And he was asking for money. I said, "What's your sign?" And he said, "I'm an Aquarius." And I opened up my wallet and said, "Happy birthday."
Nice.
Yeah. Sometimes the people on the street are not all drug addicts. Some of them may be. Whatever their situation is.
I had a funny story, exactly. When I went in a particular area of the town, I just kind of picked a couple people that I would see on a fairly regular basis, and those would be the ones that I would give money to. I don't believe one person can save the whole world. And one day, I'd given this guy money over the couple of years, a couple bucks here and there, whenever he asked, and he didn't ask all the time. One day, I'm in Dunkin' Donuts, and I hear somebody yelling. Dunkin' Donuts is completely packed, just everybody in there. I hear somebody yelling, beating on the side of the Dunkin' Donuts. He comes in, he goes past everybody in the line and up to me, and at this point, I'm all the way up to the front of the counter. Everybody's in the store looking. He goes to the employee. He says, "You see this guy right here?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "I want you to get him everything that he wants." And he slapped down $20 on the counter.
Wow.
And I couldn't buy he bought food. Then he insisted there wasn't enough food. Then he says, "No, he needs a donut. Then he needs a coffee. No, he needs a large coffee." And give him some water too. And to your point, people sometimes are down on their luck. Not only that, this guy had a physical limitation. And he was not a drug addict. He was just down on his luck, but he appreciated the money that I'd give him. And wherever he got this money from, he wanted to do to me what I had been doing to him. And he bought everything in the place that he thought I wanted. And I will never forget that.
The guy, when I said, "What's your sign?" he said, "I'm an Aquarius." That was the right sign for January 24th. So, if it was, so that's why I gave him $20. Might have given him less otherwise, because there are a lot of people out there. I was in the subway one morning going to work, and I saw this really neat looking woman, young, and she had a bag opened up. And there was something about her body language and just the way she was sitting there. So I opened my wallet. I knew that she may have just gone on the street. I don't know her situation. I don't know what happened. But I said to her, I didn't know how to start the conversation, but this is the subway, and she's sitting on some steps in the subway, where you would have paid your fare already. And I said something to her. I said, do you live here? And she said, no. She said, I stay here. And then I said, do you have a place where when you leave here, do you have a home? And she said, no. And then I just gave her in her hand, money in her hand, and she looked at it. It was just $20, and she looked at it. She broke down crying. I had to keep moving. Sweet. Yeah, I had to keep moving. You see people on the street. I have a nephew, a little nephew, and I noticed him using the word when he talks about people in the street bums. And it bothers me. It really does. And I'm not saying excusing people. I'm not saying, oh, people should be able to just hang out and not do anything and just have money handed to them. But I do know there's an economy, and I do know that you need to be able to get a job, and you need to be able to hold the job. And I think some people might not be able to do that. And when I walk to work in the morning, and the area I would say is in the city, but it's a pretty safe area. And I see people sometimes who are on like, I saw a man on a mattress or a mat with a sheet. And I wondered, how long was he out there sleeping? Because it's earlier in the morning. And I've seen several people like that, and you just wonder what their situation was. And to people who just outright criticize them, I would say, I'm sure that if those people could, they would get off the streets. If they could do some kind of anti-gravity thing where they just suspend themselves 20 feet up in the air away from people walking and stuff, they probably would. Recently, I was approached in a survey, how do I feel about people on the street? And how do I feel about this, that, and all that stuff? And when I was taking the survey, I asked them, if you remove these people from the streets, when you remove them, do you do anything to help them have a place to get back into life? And they said to me, yeah, we do have social services and I guess those sociologist type people who work with them to try to help them to have housing and to get into where they need to be. And a lot of these, I know we were talking about immigrants before, but these people have no accents when I talk to them or when I hear them talk. These are American people, it appears to be. So that is a major problem. I'm encouraged that you are asking about that charitable work.
No, it's nice to hear that folks are doing it. It looks like there's some more people in the chat that want to make a comment.
Bob Roberts wants to make a comment.
Fran and Joe, this is Stefan just saying hello.
Hello, Stefan. Yeah, we were just looking.
I think there's a Bob Roberts who wants to say something.
Said it's hard to get in, but maybe he can get in.
Too late. I had to get off the phone.
Oops.
Oh, sorry, Bob.
He's off the phone now. Oh, good.
Okay.
Yeah. What we're doing here is valuable, and I know it's difficult, but I think that we get a chance to see that there's a greater good in what we do here.
Area code 805, 805. Come on, say hello to us.
Hello. How are you guys?
Good.
I love your show. I love the subject. I think a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witness children, my brother, a lot of people I know that left when they were young get kicked out on the street quite young. That's happened. And I know there are a couple of people that do safe houses here where I live in California. But I just wondered if that's something that's relatively common among the ex-Jehovah's Witness community, where kids have a really hard time leaving home and getting set up and things like that. Are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Yes, we can hear you.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Oh, I just wondered what. Is that a common? I just wondered if
that's very common. Yes, very common.
Yeah. I was just going to
Yeah.
be quiet.
Unfortunately, that's what happens with a lot of young ones. They are out on the street.
I remember, and I've told this story before. We had a so-called overseer who said during his visit, "Oh, you have children? They don't want to be Jehovah's Witnesses? Well, when they kick them out, when they kick them out." And witnesses started doing that. And a lot of kids, myself included, we would turn 18 before we would graduate high school. So some kids are getting kicked out as soon as they turn 18. And because now overnight, they had no place to stay, especially if all their family and the extended family are witnesses and you don't know anybody else. And a lot of them did not even finish high school the traditional way. Some went back for GEDs afterwards, and some you don't know. They move around. You don't know exactly what happened to them. But yeah, this organization has really done damage to people.
Heartless.
Very hard.
Who is this brother? Who are you?
This is Stephen.
Oh, Stephen.
I'm an
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yes.
My
Stephen,
name-
yeah.
I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness. But yeah, I woke up about 4 years ago. I love your stuff. I love Fran and Bob, you guys' experience. I just love listening to the experiences. It's been very helpful to help me heal. So yeah, it's you validated because you realize that you were, this is not normal. You're supposed to have a platform when you leave home so you can have a career and all these things.
Right.
And none of these kids get that kind of support. They just are told to just do whatever, stay in the organization. It's so
Yeah, a society breaks down when the families are broken apart, and the Watchtower knows that. They know that they're fitting into an agenda that's just trying to destroy this society. And best we can do is to bond together as a group of people. And I appreciate it.
I'm gonna cut out now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, you're on the sixth.
Just to reiterate that point, when people say, "Oh no, Watchtower never told people to kick their kids out," well, remember the video. Can't believe we're talking about stupid videos. Remember the video not too long ago with Tony Morris, and he was talking about, "Oh, you're a teenager. They don't want to get baptized. Well, then we'll hold off on that driver's license." And then he goes, "Oh, what do you? I can't have my driver's license. What do you mean? I'm ready." "Oh, you don't. Explain that to heaven." Was his answer. Now you can imagine, depending upon where you live, you need a driver's license so that you can get a car so that you can drive. Now, maybe if you live in a big urban city, you can get around, either walking or cycling or taking public transportation. But for a lot of us who don't live in big cities, you have to be able to drive. So that's another way that you're being handicapped and forced to conform to this religion. And they're still applying that same practice today. So when people say, "Oh, no, Watchtower never said that," you can point them right to that video.
How do you know the Watchtower can keep you from getting a driver's license? How do you know that?
There's a video. Watch the video.
Well, I know, but they don't have any control over the DMV.
No, it's the parents that do.
The parents because
my
depending upon where you are in the
parents didn't give
country.
me a driver's license. I had to go to Secretary of State, Michigan, to get a driver's license. I didn't get it from my father.
Sometimes the father has greater control.
But are you, brother Stephen? Is his name Stephen? You're talking about people. You're talking about parents because you're talking about people under a certain age. Is that what it is?
Well, we were just talking about the gentleman brought up about young people that were put out and wound up on the street. So we're talking about younger people, yes.
Okay. Stephen, I got to ask you this one question.
You have the.
I've got to ask you this one question. It's going to be kind of personal, so don't answer it. Please tell me, you're not born between May the 19th and June the 22nd?
No.
Okay.
No. Not at all.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, go on. Continue. Will someone else say something?
Well, Zach, I'm wondering why you brought that up. I know you're into zodiacs and what have you, but were you trying to somehow make a
zodiac, Rick? Your language. I read astrology. I'm reading up on astrology.
So
yes, you are correct. I was trying to see.
So Why would he?
Because of the way, because of his argumentation, the way he was arguing. And I think this is the same person who questioned them about why they're talking about charities. And he said something about Zach is wrong out loud. And I think that's the same person who said all that. So.
All right. Well, I was just curious. That's all. But anyways, we're looking for a pasta babe. There's a pasta babe out there. Linda James, your favorite apostate, should be coming on here very shortly. Linda, I don't know where you are tonight. I wish we knew. I don't see you listening in. I hope everything's all right with you, Linda. But we'll see what happens. But anyways, you're on JW World News. That's the news the Watchtower doesn't want us talking about. But, I mean, we're talking about it here tonight. So we'll just keep the lines open here for a while and see what happens with Linda. Linda, a pasta babe, Linda James. I'm here. Well, come on, Linda. We got the doors open for you. Your program started at 11 tonight, so come on when you're ready. I sent you a link. All right, we'll get Linda on here shortly.
So Joe and Fran,
Hey,
this is
Mr.
Joe and
Farron?
Fran, right?
Mr. Farron?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just had a question.
Yeah.
Was anyone shocked when we were talking about the 5 individuals that were arrested in Pennsylvania? And they talked about the one, and you brought it up earlier, who was 30 years old and who had gotten, for lack of a better word, approval or consent to date a 15-year-old child, as long as he had as long as he said that he was going to marry her, I guess when she was old enough. I was anybody else shocked by that? And did anybody else ask the second question, which is what kind of parents would allow a 15-year-old child to date a 30-year-old man?
Yeah, well, actually, he was 42, not 30.
Yeah, but this happened 10 years ago.
I thought he was 30 when she was 15.
No, he's 40. He was 42 when she was 15.
He's 42 now.
Look, listen, there's some cultures where what you're talking about is normal. It's normal in some cultures. It's really weird, but it's normal in some cultures. And honestly, I get the impression they kind of normalize it for this country.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's 42 now. He met him back in 2009. He would have been like 30 years old. He would.
Oh, is that right? Okay, well, maybe okay, I'll stand corrected. So what you're saying?
Well, either way, I mean, the bottom line, he was twice her age.
Yeah.
So either way.
Okay, well, that makes sense. I mean, thank you for correcting me, Mike. Yeah. I got it now, yeah. But even then, he's twice her age, right? Even at 30, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's how do they?
We all know at 15, you are not prepared for anything in life. You don't even know yourself. This person is twice her age. Let's say they did get married when she was 16 or 18 or at some point she's going to wake up, come into her own, become self-aware, learn who she is, realize she was manipulated, she was taken advantage of in every possible way. I just don't understand how the parents allowed that.
I don't either. That's what really boggled my mind when I was going through that story. Even the elders, even the elders should have questioned it and said, geez, brother, this is a little bit too awkward here. But, some weird things happen. Now, I've explained here. In fact, I'll tell you something. I know a 74-year-old Jehovah's Witness woman who was proposed to by a 22-year-old Jehovah's Witness man. Seriously.
How much money did she have?
Yeah. In fact, that I just mentioned that, probably about 2 or 3 months ago. But a friend of mine. Huh?
Oh, was she very wealthy, Rick? I'm assuming.
Well, no, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. She was in Section 8 housing, and this Jehovah's Witness right up here in Massachusetts, just Jehovah's Witness man, wanted to marry her. He's 22 years old, and he fell in love with her, and they wanted to get married, and that marriage arrangement still is being up, as far as I know, as I'm speaking tonight. The elders spoke with her, and I'm glad they did, and told her that, that's not reasonable. for a 22-year-old Jehovah's Witness man to fall in love with you. It doesn't make any sense, but there's some strange things happening in the Watchtower, believe me.
I've seen that too. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that kind of thing. And I've heard from people who knew the couple, and the age difference was probably just about that same amount. Someone who knew the couple said that when the husband was a boy, he said he was going to marry the sister, and she was his babysitter. And apparently, no, it happened apparently. And I remember the wife did die, and you know, because I'm on the scene. They're already married and all that stuff. That's the part I saw. And the wife did die, and he was devastated. Still, the wife, you could say, was elderly, and he was still a young man.
Oh, it's unreal, Zach. It's unbelievable, some of the marriages, but no, this is an actual thing. I mean, this man I know, he works with me. In fact, he's a great worker. But the point is, he was telling me his mother, who was a Jehovah's Witness, has this man, 22 years old, and wants to marry her. And I said, you got to talk some sense into your mother. But she was like infatuated with him. And it looks like it still could go down. I mean, I don't know where it stands right now, but my goodness, I couldn't believe that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I encountered that once. I was in Arkansas at a gathering of witnesses, and there was a young lady there that we were talking to. And then we found out later she was married. And we were kind of wondering, well, why is she here? Because everybody else was single. And then she was kind of hanging around this gentleman. So we assumed this was her father, because he was old enough to be her father or even grandfather. And it turns out that was her husband.
Wow. Crazy.
He had to be in his 60s, and she was barely 30.
Unbelievable. But you know, I mean, this goes on in the world too. But you know, you think that Jehovah's Witnesses, being the pure religion and being the most sensible people on the planet, you think that they would kind of discourage this type of marriaging arrangements. I mean, it's just too much. But that's what the Watchtower does. I mean, you know, we think this is so pure and clean, but are they? Jeez, you know.
Well, as long as they're adults, they can do what they want, whether, you know, as long as they're of age.
Well, they can, Mike, but is it sensible for a 22-year-old guy?
No, I agree with you, but I mean, that doesn't sound reasonable. I understand.
Jeez.
Well, like I said, I just assumed that she had a lot of money, you know.
No, she didn't. In fact, she's poor. She's on.
Maybe you gotta put the insurance out on her. Of course, it'd be expensive at that age. But
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, unbelievable. Oh, okay. So we got Linda James coming on. She's your favorite apostate. She'll be coming on very, very shortly here. But boy, we get the line still open. Still lots of people wanting to call in here tonight. And boy, we had a good rockin' awesome night here tonight. And I know we had Zach. I'm glad we could have Zach come in. I'm glad he can vent a little bit and get some things off his chest. And I enjoyed sitting back and listening to him and all the callers coming in tonight. I enjoyed myself tonight. I really did. We kind of opened the lines up and just let it roll. And boy,
I didn't say I was getting things off my chest. I was just being honest.
Well, I mean, being honest sometimes is getting things off your chest.
I guess that's true.
You know, I mean,
I didn't feel like I was. You know, I just responding to questions and things too.
yeah. Well, no, I think it was good. In fact, Zach, have you ever thought about doing a program here on the Six Screens?
No, you know, if I tried to do one, it would fall dead. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't think so.
have limitations.
I think we should really get you on here and do a program. I think that you could add a little color here and get the audience riled up a little bit. I think that would be good. I mean, seriously, if you like to do it, I got an opening. I got a couple of openings. If you like to have a,
It would fall. No, I know my limitations. It would fall flat.
I don't think so. I think you could really. I think you got a lot of fans out there. I think there's more people that like you than I think there is. You know.
I think the word is fan. I think there might be a different word for it.
So, but that possibility exists. I mean, I really mean that, Zach. I mean, you handle yourself well, and we can kid with each other.
There are many who will spar with me. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, but we handle it. Listen, you're my brother, and we might differ a little bit here or there, but I like your style. I like your style, Zachy. You're a good guy.
I don't see how you can still defend Biden, though. That I cannot understand.
Well, because that's the.
Wait, he can't understand, and I understand that you don't understand.
Well,
that's just where you are.
Well, the economy's falling apart in the country. You can't even afford to buy eggs. The economy's terrible.
There's a flu with eggs. Unemployment is down to the lowest. The lowest it's been in 50 years. Unemployment.
It doesn't matter. Okay, well, yeah, but the people don't want to work.
You can't find people no, people are working. People are working.
There's a lot of people are working. They can go get a job if they don't want to work. They can't find enough people who want to work.
Well, I'm not going to get into this kind of stuff with you. There you go with the bums on the street. You know something? Let me say this to you, Mike.
Can I add a point?
Mike.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes.
If everything is so great, why did I just go to Whole Foods and go and I wanted to treat myself, and I paid $5 for an heirloom tomato, one tomato, $5. How the hell can you defend Joe Biden? He has buried this country into the ground. He has buried this country. No, excuse me. I'm talking.
I'm not defending.
He has buried this country into the ground. We are paying triple the price of things. Our gas is through the roof. How can you back this man?
Oh my God. I'm not defending Joe Biden. I don't need to defend Joe Biden.
Don't defend him.
If you're going to Whole Foods and buying an heirloom tomato, you will pay a lot of money. Let me tell you that. And
dollars.
I'm starting to.
It used to be $2 or $3 maybe. $5?
What is your name, brother?
How about gasoline? How about gasoline?
What is your name?
My name is Eric.
If you tell, okay, Eric. Now I know who you are, Eric. I'm not going to fight with you about Joe Biden. If you want to pretend that you don't see the economy the way it is, if you want to pretend that you don't see what will happen with infrastructure, if you want to pretend you don't see that stuff, I'm not going to try to convince you. You're going to see what you want to see. Go and buy your heirloom tomato.
So we don't have inflation.
Yeah, we have inflation. We do have inflation.
Yeah, and it's through the roof. It's the worst it's ever been.
And you want to know what one of the problems? Do you want to know what one of the problems is? When you look at CEO salaries and compare it to the regular worker in corporations, the difference now is so vast compared to what it used to be. So those are some of the things that are going on. I'm as
You're
big
talking
of a
like you watch CNN too much.
No, I'm talking like my professors taught me well.
Exactly,
like
because the professors
like
are
they
giving
taught
us
me in
information.
economics.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And like I'm not sitting down listening to just foolish people. That's what I'm talking like.
Communist thinking. People work, they make their money. Inflation's got nothing to do with CEO salaries. It's got to do with the way the government.
I didn't say inflation.
That's why it was so much better a few years ago.
I did not say inflation has anything to do with CEO salaries. But sometimes what you have to realize is there is a degree of price gouging that goes on. And if you want to just buy what has been price gouged, if you don't look around and shop around and find those things that are real true bargains, and I don't mean getting generic, but if something's obviously price gouged, you let them find someone else to buy it. You guys are against Biden, but I'm not going to sit here and try to defend Biden. You're not going to have that kind of fun, just fighting for the sake of fighting. Not my way.
Well, we got one more. Hold on 1 second. We got to go. Hold on one second. Folks, we're going to another pro. We're running out. Pixie, go ahead. You'll have the last comment. Go ahead, Pixie.
Hi, Zachary. I just wanted to say hello.
You've never said hello to me before, Pixie. What's going on? Say what you're saying. Hi.
We chat all the time. I haven't been on for a couple of weeks. I went to Baltimore and had a good time.
Oh, did you?
I did.
That's
I took
good.
the train. And I have to tell you, the world has changed. I haven't been out in a decade, and it's like the Jetsons out there.
Really?
Really?
What are you? Okay, now, Pixie, come on, make your point. What are you saying?
Well, they put up these little Jetson houses all along the train track, all fancy and modern, and people are liking them, and they look like little tin boxes, brightly colored, and that's how people are living now, and it's a strange world.
When you took the train from, can I ask you from where to where? Or which line did you take?
From Southern Virginia to Baltimore.
From Virginia to Maryland. They're right next to each other, aren't they?
Hello, Rick.
So what is your point about that? How do you feel about that?
Well, you know, the Bible says the greater number will cool off. People were ruder than they used to be. Prices were higher than they used to be. And the world is stranger than it used to be, and it doesn't show any signs of changing. It is wackier, and that wackiness will continue.
Lixie, I've been waiting to ask you a question once. You made a statement about 4 months ago. It was about the witnesses being missionaries and going to places. And you said, I always wondered why they go to these places when people in these places are more spiritual than they are, or than the witnesses. What did you mean by that? Could you explain?
From a very young age, I have believed that it was wrong for a Christian denomination to Christianize an indigenous peoples. I think it was wrong that what we used to call Indians were Christianized.
And so obviously you feel they were spiritual. And
yes.
Can you talk about their spirituality?
Well, there are folk ways around the world in the countries in the continent of Africa. There are people that are always saying the country of Africa. Africa is a huge continent, twice the size of the United States.
It has
many
54 countries. 54 countries.
Thank you. And so these missionaries go to these countries, plural, and they put their belief system on these peoples, whether it happened in America or Africa or wherever it happened, and they try to tell them that they have a folk way that is wrong.
Yes.
And I just think that is the most imperialistic wrong thing that humans have done to each other. And in 1308, the Pope of Rome had a papal bull, and he said, I own every soul on earth. Yeah. And the pagans of Europe were then Christianized with what we know as the Inquisition.
Yeah, if I can add, it was at the tip of the spear.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yes.
Okay. Pixie, I always enjoy your comments. On this particular thing, I disagree.
Well, you're free to, sir.
Let me thank Pixie too, because I've been dying to understand why you made that statement 4 months ago, and I agree with you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. I was answering the question, sir. I wasn't trying to spark a debate, but my friend Zachary asked me this question.
I don't want to debate you. We don't have to turn it into a debate. That's not what the reason I'm commenting. But I will say this: if you are still a Christian, then it's pretty obvious in the scriptures what the scriptures say about salvation.
Yes, I understand your point of Christian salvation, but I was making a sociological, geopolitical point in answering Brother Zachary's question.
Yeah.
And he and I have had conversations for a solid year now. Because I used to come on every night for a year.
You did.
I know that, and I used to be on 6 screens for years. So, ditto. But I'm not being argumentative with you, but I'm just, as we pass along information on the 6 screens, for those that are still Christian, I mean, it's obvious what the scriptures say about salvation, period.
Yeah, it is. If you want to follow the Bible, that's what the Bible says.
Yeah.
Now, the details. For example, only those that bend their knee to Christ will be saved. When is that going to take place? Well, it's taking place now, and it probably will take place in the future in the kingdom age. I know we can't get on a big religious debate thing here.
But Kurt, to you, I would ask you this question. Just because as a former witness,
no longer being.
Hold on, everyone. Just stop here for 1 second. I just want to let Apostle Babe know we're coming on very shortly. Her program, we got about 3 or 4 minutes left, and we're going to wrap this up. Apostle Babe is on deck, ready to come in. So let's get the wheels moving.
Okay, Zachary, come on over with us. I'm
recording
going to be
has
there
started.
with Brad.
okay, I'll be listening. Yes, but Kurt, Rick, can I go ahead?
We got about 3 or 4 minutes. Yes.
Okay. Let me talk real fast. Kurt, the thing you mentioned the Bible, and I respect it too. But as a witness, I know that it started being penned around, according to the witnesses, 1530.
Okay, we just lost our sound, so let's just stop it right here. Friends, we just have to get the sound back on. We lost our phone contact. That'll be back on.
Welcome into
it
the
only
live
lasts for
6
six
screens conference call.
only lasts for 6 hours, and then we lose it, so we'll be right back on.
To speak up and talk, press star 6 on
Just stay with us, and you'll be back on our program.
talking, press star 6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
All right, so let's give us a couple of seconds.
Thank you. There are.
Yes, just give it a couple of seconds, and then we'll be all set.
The recording has started.
Also considered principles to live by, which seem to be in the
muted.
Go ahead.
Unmuted.
We're running out of time. The worldwide empire of false religion began before the flood, and after the flood, it was developed out of the Mesopotamian Valley. I go into great detail. I've been studying this stuff for 40 years. Now, the scriptures are inspired of God. They're God's word. And the Bible has to be interpreted, but there are certain things that are crystal clear. Paul said that the nations worship the demons. That's how simple it is. The American Indians unknowingly worship the demons. All false religion is worshiping the demons. The question is, where is the true faith, the true religion? If it's not the Watchtower.
Let me ask you this. Did the Bible go through any special changes? Did the book that came out of the 4th century CE, were there major changes that brought that book about?
Hey, we got 1 minute to wrap it up. 1 minute, and that's it. Then it's going to be cut off.
I'm talking about the 66-book canon called the Bible.
So you want to talk about how the...
I'm asking what happened in the 4th century CE. What happened?
The Catholic Church primarily, because they were in the driver's seat by the 4th century, they primarily gathered together the 13 apocryphal books and the 66 books we have in the Protestant Bible. We have to admit that the Catholic Church primarily was responsible for that. So is that a problem?
Yes, because in the year that I noted to you, the Catholic papal bull determined that they owned every soul in the world. Ergo, they started Christianizing people that did not think like them with a flame.
That's all
With
the
a
time.
flame,
What
sir.
you've got to do, what you've got, now listen.
Okay, listen,
to
we're
me.
done. We're done. I'm sorry. So program's over.
I'm so glad I wasn't asking a question.
Program's over. That's it. Listen,
I don't
friend.
have that feeling. I'm
Friends.
sorry, Kurt. I don't have that feeling of, oh, I didn't get to say what I wanted.
All participants are muted, and they can unmute
Listen,
themselves.
we have time limits here. When I say we have a minute and a half, 2 minutes, that's it. We can't go on as much as we'd like to, but we have people waiting. We have a woman coming on. She's been waiting for 20 minutes to come on the program. So that's how it works here. You guys have got to work with me. When I say we got a minute or two left, please cut it off. That'll help me a lot. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on me. I've got people, they might have guests coming on. People want to speak up and talk. So when I say it, let's cool it. So that's it. All right, so let's move on. Thank you all, though, for coming in tonight for JW World News. We appreciate your presence. And I always want you to stand tall and keep waving that flag of victory. We'll be on tomorrow beginning at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Cult Busters starts the program off. We get some great Sunday programming, and we get more into the spiritual side of it. So why don't you people who want to talk spirituality, why don't you visit us on Sunday? Visit us on Sunday. We do it every Sunday beginning at 12 o'clock. So come in tomorrow on the Six Screens Telenetwork. We want to thank you all. Now, listen, if you've been listening in tonight and you like the program, even sometimes it gets very controversial. If you like the program, subscribe to it. Like us. And that'll get more people to come in and listen to our programming. So go ahead and do that if you can. But, we're ending the program now. I want to thank you all for coming in. And the last one leaving the Watchtower, please turn off the new light. Stay with us. We're going to Apostle Babe's program, Healing After the Watchtower.